Hey everybody, we're back. Still not doing Persona 3. There's something to say about that, Chance?
I was gonna say we're not gonna be burning any bread today, unfortunately.
Ah, but there's the surprise. You thought. You
I
thought.
thought, I thought.
If you're wondering what Ghostlight is, Ghostlight published like most of the SNT games in Europe. But his fucking Atlas wouldn't.
See, we're still not burning our bread though, because like it's a different song.
I like Persona 3 Portable. I've said this a bunch during the Persona 3 FES playthrough, like play Portable instead. God damn. It's so much more playable. Hopefully by the time I get around to actually doing P3P, my emulation handheld system will be here that I can hook up to HDMI and then just put it in like 5 times resolution. That'd be beautiful.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. It's not going to help
There's
this.
there's our burnt bread.
Honestly, I think like of all the Persona 3 openings, my favourite is probably P3P.
P3P has a really good opening.
Not only musically, I mean like the visual section of the opening.
Yeah.
Because look at that, musically nothing really compares to Burma Dread.
Speaking of, speaking of SMT and all of that.
There it is. I'm like, which button gets me out of here?
None.
All of them.
You gotta stay. You gotta stay for an hour. It's the dark hour.
Yeah, I'll be here when you get back, Clem. Thanks for popping in, man. So yeah, we're doing the retro stuff again. I haven't loaded anything onto
Except
the.
without me playing this time, so you know
Yeah, so
I don't
Chance
have to
gets
pull my
to
weight.
yeah, Chance gets to sit back. Oh, did you ever play
Sit back,
threes?
relax. Nope.
Is this basically threes? Threes was like a really neat little mobile puzzle game. So what we're going to do is like connect them with each other. So if I press left, the two in the second from the bottom on the left and the one across from it will merge to become fours.
Oh.
And if I press
Oh.
down, then they become 8.
Oh, now that's interesting.
It's the same idea as I say this mobile puzzle game called Threes that was a lot of fun.
Huh.
Of course, with every move you make, another one pops up, so you've got to like make sure you don't fill the grid out.
Mm-hmm. You gotta actually be paying attention to what you're doing.
Yeah, there's strategy to it. It's a fun mobile game. It's one of the few mobile games that actually. It's not a free to play one. It's one of the few ones that I paid for that I thought was worth paying for. That was a mobile game and not a port of a console game.
Hmm.
Yeah, the difference with threes is there were multiples of 3 rather than 2.
Oh. I feel like that would be a little bit more difficult because twos are more recognizable, I suppose.
It's not as difficult as you'd think, mostly because like you get the sequence very quickly of what becomes what becomes what. And you just have to match the numbers. Like to get rid of that 64, we have to put another 64 with it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really just as simple as following that.
Now have fun getting to 128.
Get there. We'll get there. Uh,
Nice.
there you go, 256.
Now you got to get to 512.
Okay, at what point are we going to stop this and play a proper game?
I mean,
At
I'm
what
just the
point
one
is
who gets to
Chad
sit back and
satisfied?
relax today. Huh?
At what point is Chad satisfied?
At what point am I satisfied? I don't know. Get to like 1024. Can Chrono do it? How long would it take? These questions and more answered on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Hey, Titanium.
Hi, Titanium. You stare at this long enough and it's just like, oh, the boxes are dancing. Or you stare at it long enough and you start to wonder if this is just like Wordle. Because all I ever see are people posting boxes about it, and I'm like, I still don't know what Wordle is.
I tried it. It's a logic puzzle. You're given a word, you have to pick letters. It'll tell you if you've got the right letters in the wrong places or the right letters in the right places. It's a logic puzzle. It's a fun idea, but I'm not great with word puzzles. We're fortunate that anagrams don't come up very often in video games. Because I'm honestly terrible at word puzzles. I love logic puzzles, though.
I was going to say, I feel like Kingdom Hearts has taught me how to deal with anagrams.
Hmm. I was 12.
You got to 512. Congrats. Can Chrono do it? So, anyways, what do you think about the announcement over the last week, Chrono?
You mean Pokemon? Fuck it. I don't care.
No, I'm talking about like the other type of Pokemon.
Oh, the Digimon stuff? I don't know. Survive's been
The
delayed that
other
off. What, is Yokai
the
Watch coming
other
back? Master
So,
Grayson, tackle the car. The Bentley? No, the other car. Jag? No, the other car.
uh, so I tend to refer to SMT as the other Pokemon
Oh,
because
Soul
when I
Hackers
worked at
2. Right.
yes, because when I worked at a video game store, my manager used to promote the SMT series to people as the other mature Pokemon. But yes, Soul Hackers 2. Did anybody see that coming?
No, not specifically a Soul Hackers sequel, at least.
Yeah, like if we were gonna have anything with Devil Summoner, I was expecting like something with Rhino again. Definitely not Soul Hackers 2.
This is getting tight.
That's what she said, question mark.
A bad chance.
I know. I know.
Shit.
Can Chrono do it?
Fuck.
Oh,
I should have pressed
we
up.
were so close.
Did I? I don't know. I don't know if I could have done that. But yeah, no, it's the basis of that game of threes, except that was done with twos. It's fun. You all, of course, know Commander Keen. Is Diablo actually on here? Because like, someone made a port. Right. Okay. So the thing is on there, but I need to get the game files. Someone made a port of Diablo, and you can run it on basically everything now. Cave Story, which I'll one day play. But I'll probably play the version I actually paid for.
I've been interested in Cave Story.
Oh, it's the grand showcase of indie gaming. Alright, so what do we got?
I was gonna say, I think there's like a physical copy of it on Switch.
Yeah, I've got it on
at one
Switch.
point.
Cave Story Plus, I think it is.
You know me, being a stickler for physical copies of games.
Bear in mind that Cave Story is originally free, and you can still get it free. It's the more recent ports that you've been charged for.
Yeah, my computer sucks, so...
Yeah, but it's also released in like 2003.
Okay, let me reiterate that. My computer sucks. Man, there's some stuff I try to do on my computer, and I'm just like, why? Why can't you do this?
I think you can play in browser. Yeah,
And then, meanwhile, I'll go and I'll delete my cookies and then go, no, my save data!
What do we got? Let's take a look at Game Boy Color. In case you're wondering what speed hack is here, it only applies for the Castlevania games in there. The Konami GB collection, 4 volumes of Game Boy Konami games redone with color, released in Japan and Europe, not in the US.
Well,
fine, you guys have had plenty.
I was gonna say, it sucks to be... I was about to say USian, and I was like, what the fuck is that?
Actually,
sucks to be American then, I guess.
I have Famicom on here, don't I? Like, Famicom is listed separately from NES, I'm pretty sure.
Famicom. It's like, what is this? In America, we say Super Nintendo.
No, don't you say NES. If it was the Super Famicom, yes. But it's not.
So I'm just gonna go bury myself now. Bye.
Famicom Disk System, but not the actual Famicom. I was hoping I had like original Dragon Quest on here, but I don't.
I actually have a physical copy of Dragon Quest on NES.
Yeah, I was going to show like original Dragon Quest in Japan has a bunch of stuff that was not. It's lacking a bunch of stuff that was put in the US release.
Interesting.
Like different facing sprites for the main character.
I did not know that.
Yeah. I was going to point that out. Take a look.
Huh.
I should have Dragon Quest on here. There it is, Dragon Warrior.
Yep. Good old DW.
God, that's NES as hell.
Begin a new quest. It's funny that they call it Dragon Warrior and then it just starts off with begin a new quest.
That makes sense.
Well, in regards to it originally being Dragon Quest.
Oh, come, there's a funny story. Ban him quick.
Oh shit. Gotta get on that.
I forgot that on the NES this looked like you were in like a basement.
Yep.
Dragonhead Shadow, you always thought was a kung fu man doing a kick. So yeah, in the original Japanese release of Dragon Warrior, or Dragon Quest, the main character is always facing down. They added different facing sprites for the Western version.
Huh. That's interesting. That, like, I'm trying to imagine that as, like, no matter where you walk, you're always facing down. I'm like, that's a really weird thing.
It's understandable when you think about how old it is, and that Dragon Quest was essentially the first JRPG. God, never do OG Dragon Quest. Fucking hell. Like, it's cool and everything, but if you want to do original Dragon Quest, you play a different version. My personal recommendation. The Game Boy Color port. In tiny vision. Let me sort that out.
An itty bitty vision.
Scaling, integer scale is off, custom, core provided, there we go. I got fucking bilinear, turn that shit off. Awful. Awful on 2D games, absolutely hate it.
It's like, get that shit out of here.
Absolutely. God damn, I want my clean, sharp pixels. Pumping the sound. The bumping sound makes sick beat. You know what? I've got a sick beat for you right after we do this clip. But yeah, Dragon Warrior 1 and 2 on Game Boy Color. Like, you want to talk about a damn good package deal? Although we can only put 4 letters in there now. So
How dare.
We can't call it knife this time.
I want to be able to cut myself on these goddamn pixels.
Pretty much.
Mirror.
You get this pretty neat little cutscene.
Huh.
God damn, that's a Toriyama Ice Dragon.
Yeah, that is. I never played the Game Boy Color version, so this is kind of cool to see.
I recommend it if you want to go back to the original. It also has rebalancing to make it a lot less frustrating and quicker to do. There's less grinding.
Oh.
They also changed Erdrick to Loto. Like, it's fully retranslated.
Ah.
I think in later retranslations, they put it back to Erdrick. Brave Stab. That should be a move. Chrono used Brave Stab. Like that, just that, being able to just, oh yeah, no, let me go up to this and open it. So much more convenient.
Mm-hmm. But I feel like there's a little bit of nostalgia with going to something and having to open the menu and click, like, open.
Nostalgia for you, maybe.
Well, yeah, Dragon Quest was, like, one of my very first games I ever played.
Yeah, we didn't get Dragon Quest in Europe until Dragon Quest 8.
Fine.
Journey of the Cursed King.
Dragon Warrior.
Yeah, we didn't get Dragon Quest until it was called Dragon Quest.
Alright, fair. I thought you were picking on me because of, like, what Clem said earlier.
No, we didn't get Dragon Quest until Dragon Quest 8, Journey of the Cursed King. It's a red slime, kill it. I love these games where you can just walk out and fucking die because you didn't buy anything, apparently. I missed 4 times because I'm unarmed, then remembered that I can punch things. Anyway, we promised Clib sick beats. And there are a few places to get sicker beats.
Resume tight.
On the NES, don't you? There are a few places to get sicker beats on the NES than Battletoads.
Oh god.
Yeah. Make sure bilinear filtering's off before we start this. Get off there. Even before we get to the pause music, man, like the menu music is like some of the best on the NES. Duh, duh, duh.
Meanwhile, Chrono and everyone's just gonna rock out while I can't do anything.
But we'll also take a quick look at the pause music. We're gonna take out the Dark Queen, the hottest villain in all of the NES. There it is, pause music. We're not actually playing in. We're not actually playing Battletoads though. Fuck no.
Oh, I'm sure you could do it, Chrono. I have faith in you.
I have no interest in doing Battletoads whatsoever. I think I've said this before, but I'm not overly into beat-em-ups anyway. Co-op is usually the big seller for me on them. Because like playing anything co-op can make it a lot more fun. Battletoads is made worse with co-op. And you hear people talk about how Battletoads is so hard, most of the time they're talking about co-op. So you got anything you want to highlight, Chance?
About Battletoads?
No,
or...
just like anything you want to take a look at. Think of a game, think of a game, think of a game, think of it now. Quick, 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 quick.
Yoshi's Cookie?
Yeah, I'm gonna make us do the NES version now as punishment for your treachery.
You told me to just think of a game. And I was like, well, Zelda would be way too obvious, and we just did Dragon Warrior.
How do I just have bilinear filtering off? Honestly, how do I just save this shit?
And it says, no, you must deal with it.
I hate dealing with RetroArch sometimes. Yeah. Yoshi's Cookie, which is one of the games me and Mo cited as like, you know, I'd love to be able to create a proper Yoshi game rather than just putting Yoshi in all these terrible puzzle games.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's what led to the creation of Yoshi's Island. Me and Mo was decided to actually have a proper Yoshi game.
Yoshi's Island's good. I like Yoshi's Island. But you know, like, I didn't really think about it until you just said that, and it's like, wow, Yoshi really was in a lot of shitty puzzle games, wasn't he?
I think it's really just this and Yoshi, which was called Mario and Yoshi over here. I played that on Game Boy. Yeah, that one's also actually on NES as well. This one, I don't think Yoshi's Cookie was on Game Boy. It was on Super Nintendo. Like, that's the game. But Yoshi was also on NES. and it's not on here.
I was gonna say, you want to show off Yoshi's Island, even though I'm sure we all know it, just as a comparison.
Yeah, sure.
Be like, we go from this to this.
Is it on here? Is it listed? There it is. Listed as Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. Good, bilinear filtering is off. You don't want to ruin a game like Yoshi's Island, whose visual presentation is so important and a technical showcase for the system, with bilinear filtering. That's the money shot right there.
I remember back in the day, like, being so amazed by just this little, like, this right here, of it just rotating around.
It's an impressive shot. Maybe one day I'll actually finish Yoshi's Island.
Wow, a game I've beaten that you haven't?
Yeah, we've been over this before. We went over this last week.
Yeah, we did.
I didn't have it as a kid, and over the years, I didn't get to play it until emulation. And at that point, having so much choice keeps you from sitting down and finishing anything unless it really grabs you. I don't know, maybe I'd kind of moved out of straight platforms by this point.
You know, that's a very valid point. Like, having too much choice actually preventing you from playing, like, from finishing things.
God, that's the biggest issue I have right now. I actually picked up a new ROM hack of this today. Shuts Mario the fuck up.
That is one of the biggest issues of this game, is just every time Yoshi gets hit and Mario goes flying away, you just get to hear baby Mario whining until you finally get him back.
Yeah, if you end up doing this game, it'll probably be on stream at some point. I've done Mario World enough times. Who knows, maybe at some point I'll sit down and just do, like, Mario Marathon. We've done Sonic
You gotta do
Marathon.
something. Yeah, I was like, you gotta do something to balance out the Sonic Marathon.
The way I balance that out is by just playing more Mario games. I don't play Sonic outside of the marathons.
Well, maybe you should.
But yeah, one of the other things the ROM hack I got does is makes the red coins actually red.
Huh.
A bunch of these, the ones in the middle, they have a slight red tint to them. Take a look.
Yeah, I can tell. There's
these
a
are
slight
red coins.
difference to them. But they're not red Yep. They turn red when you hit them, though. Yep, there goes Mario.
But,
Oh, now he's shut up, because he's gone.
and everybody was happy forever. Alright, so what do we want to take a look at next? I'm actually kind of curious to look at the Game & Watch games and see how they look on here. You know what Game & Watch looks like, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, your LCD stuff.
Mm-hmm.
How do they emulate that? I'm very curious. Take a look at the Donkey Kong multi-screen game. I've actually held this. I've had this in my hands.
This is an interesting way to emulate it.
There's gotta be controls to set up here. Alright, I don't care that much. Anyway, what else have we got? Game Boy Advance, everybody's favorite handheld. Isn't that right, Chance?
It's probably my favorite handheld for a while.
It's a really good handheld.
It is.
Short on gimmicks. Like the DS, for all the quality the DS had, there's too much focus on the gimmicks sometimes.
I do have to agree with that. I
Uh,
do appreciate how some games were able to utilize the gimmicks, but overall, it led to a lot of shovelware as
yes.
well. And the Game Boy was just kind of straightforward. You had the occasional like gimmicky thing,
Mostly from
but
Nintendo.
that was more so from like first party Nintendo stuff. Like I think of the
WarioWare
the
Twisted.
Tilted game.
WarioWare Twisted, Kirby Tilt and Tumble, and there's a Yoshi one, Yoshi Topsy Turvy. Well, you say that, mate, like, calm down as time went on. I think for the most part, it's that people stopped using it as time went on. It's not like it got better, it's that people stopped using it. It was the same with 3D. Nintendo stopped using 3D on the 3DS.
Yeah, because people were just like, we don't play with 3D. Shit hurts our eyes.
So have you ever seen the, have you ever played Simpsons Hit and Run?
I have not played it. I have seen footage of it before on one of the systems, I think.
Have you ever played Crazy Taxi?
No.
I think it's worse that you've not played Crazy Taxi than it is that I've not beaten Yoshi's Island.
Well, you see, I never had access to Crazy Taxi. Hi, Amanda.
You realise Crazy Taxi was on everything?
Alright, let me reiterate that. None of my friends ever told me about Crazy Taxi, and of any of the times that I ever saw it, I didn't care enough to spend money on it, because I was a kid with very little money, and that money went to Zelda most of the time.
The point is, Simpsons Road Rage is essentially Crazy Taxi. Like, blatant enough to the point where Sega sued EA for it.
Holy shit.
So let's take a look at the Game Boy Advance version.
Hold up.
Help me, Lisa. She got out.
Wow.
Like, visually, this is impressive, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
I think I might have the Crazy Taxi GBA game on here, and this is definitely better than that.
Huh.
Okay, where is the actual destination? It's like impressive. Is it fun? If you had this as a kid and you sat down to learn the specific visual quirks of it and where things are, This would be fun.
This would probably hold my attention as a kid.
Yeah. I feel like the side directions there are very unclear. Anyway, do I have Crazy Taxi on here? Wait a second. I have fucking Spiral Orange and I don't have Crazy Taxi on here. I'm going to be irritated myself. There it is, Crazy Taxi Catch a Ride. Oh, welcome to the stream, Jarrett. God damn it! Stop doing the tiny screen. 4 provided. There we go. Yeah, it's awkward, but it's to be expected of a game like that. Basically, Mode 7. They've done a similar thing on Super Nintendo. You could think of Mario Kart as being kind of like that, but Mario Kart is a little slower paced and the track is wider.
Yeah, the way that, like, when I first saw it load up, the way that I was thinking was that it graphically reminded me of Mario Kart.
Crazy Taxi! It's party time! Let's have some fun!
There we go.
Let's go make some crazy money!
City 1 or City 2? Which is nice, because City 1 would be the arcade version, City 2 is added in the home console port.
Huh.
Go ahead and pick a car.
And of course we play as Gina.
Okay, let's play cool.
Hold on to your helmets.
Ready? Get set, go!
Yeah.
Hurry over, Molly.
Let's boogie!
Okay, better hang on.
Now, I think we should give this game the benefit of the doubt. That doesn't help. Never mind. I was going to put it back in like the original tiny screen size. It's like, imagine what it looked like on like the actual GBA, like really small. So it's like, okay, we can't do that again. But like, fucking hell, this is ugly.
Yeah, this doesn't look very good.
It doesn't control well. And the frame rate, like, goddamn.
Yeah, the frame rate is horrible.
All right. Calm down, relax.
I was in a hurry, you know?
Oh no, I'm late. Hurry over, Molly.
Let's boogie!
Okay.
Like, ambitious? Absolutely. But ambition becomes a problem sooner or later.
Calm down, relax. Calm down, relax.
That's enough of that. Like, you want to talk about ambition on GBA? I got a couple of things to show you. It is absolutely awful, Jarrett. You are definitely right. Tekken Advance.
You know, I've never seen any of the GBA Tekken.
You mean the GBA Tekken?
Yes.
So there are a few fighting games on GBA. Ballinia filtering probably would help this, actually. Yeah, there are 3 Mortal Kombat games on GBA. Advanced, Deadly Alliance Tournament Edition. Tournament Edition and Deadly Alliance are pretty decent. Definitely give them that. Mortal Kombat Advance is listed as like the worst Mortal Kombat game. So yeah, this is a port of Tekken 3.
Huh.
Round 1, fight!
Yeah, Mortal Kombat Advance is listed as like the worst Mortal Kombat game, which should, if you know Mortal Kombat and its history and spin-offs, should shock you. It's listed as worse than Mythology Sub-Zero's. Mythology Sub-Zero is listed as worse than Special Forces. See, Tekken on the Game Boy Advance could work, because there is one key element to Tekken. One key element to Tekken's control scheme, and that is the each of the face buttons. You play it on PlayStation, you get your 4 face buttons. Each button corresponds to a level, so you need 4 buttons. So you think, what's the best way to do this? Map attacks to A, B, L, and R. They don't do that.
It'll be L, R, A, and B, of course.
What they do is, kicks are on A, punches are on B. L and R. L doesn't seem to do anything. R is grab.
Huh.
So it's functional, but like, it's not right. How is do I have MK Advance on here? I'm gonna have to show them here. I don't have Mortal Kombat Advance on here. It is bad enough that I didn't put it on there. Mortal Kombat Advance, I can give you some history on it. Mortal Kombat Advance was farmed out to an external team to be developed in, what was it, like 6 months, maybe less, as an early title for the Game Boy. It's a port of Ultimate MK3, and it is honestly terrible. Street Fighter Alpha 3. Street Fighter Alpha 3 is a good one. I do have it here. Yeah, Mortal Kombat Advance essentially is broken. Admittedly, it's not the worst looking Mortal Kombat game. That's always going to be Mortal Kombat 4 on Game Boy Color, which I don't think I have, and I have no interest in looking into whether I have it. Theism.
I was gonna say, this looks pretty good.
Street Fighter Alpha 3 did translate pretty well to GBA. It's not the best version, it's not the best handheld version. Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max on PSP is like the best handheld version of Street Fighter Alpha 3. But it's functional. Which is interesting when you remember Street Fighter is primarily a 6-button fighter. Like, you can reliably pull off the moves.
It's like the biggest thing I think of when it comes to fighting games is like when they go to certain systems is trying to think of like how the moves get mapped. Because I always tend to think of like fight sticks and how many buttons those have.
Like I say, Street Fighter is primarily a 6-button fighter. Yeah, it's pretty good on GBA. You could get this as a kid and you could be happy with it. It's pretty good.
I was gonna say, speaking of Street Fighter, you saw the announcement for Street Fighter 6?
Yes, I don't care.
Oh.
I haven't played Street Fighter 5.
Played Street Fighter 5 when it came out. I had a lot of fun with it. Finally getting a PS4 last year, I was just like, hey, I should probably, actually, it wasn't last year. I've had my PS4 since September 2020.
Have any other fighting games on here?
But I was like, I should pick up Street Fighter 5, and then like I just never did, and now I'm like, well, I should really get on the ball of that, because it's probably gonna get cheap.
One of my biggest issues with fighting games now is just the constant DLC.
I do agree with that. And I feel that's one of the reasons why I do prefer to get them later, is because they do
Oh, here we
eventually
go.
come out with a all-in-one package.
A lot of the games aren't doing that anymore. Like Tekken 7, I have the Ultimate Edition of Tekken 7. Came with Seasons 1 and 2. They've never updated it to include Seasons 3 and 4. They've never put out a
Damn.
separate version with Seasons 3 and 4. Thanks for the follow, Jarrett. They've never put out a separate version for Street Fighters 3 and 4. Not for Seasons 3 and 4. I think Soul Calibur 6 only ended up having like 2 season passes. It's like the season passes feel constant at this point. Street Fighter 5 is a good example of, I think it has like 6 season passes.
Mm-hmm.
Dead or Alive 6 might be the worst with it. Each season pass you get gets you... It's good to know Street Fighter 2 opens the way it should with like the focus on Chun-Li's crotch. Let's see that again.
My god.
Alright, press the button to skip it.
Rip. How dare you, Chrono? How dare.
Well, if you ever wondered where the sprite designs for the HD version came from, it looks like it came from here. A little over bright, but that's to be expected of the GBA. So far, the biggest issue I'm noticing is, for fuck's sake, that sound.
I guess I'm over here feeling lucky because I don't get to hear the sound.
Yeah, it doesn't feel too bad. Not as good as Alpha 3. Jump over my foot, Ken. Alright, let's take a quick look at Mortal Kombat on Game Boy. The mirror. It sounds really poor, even for GBA. Actually, quick. No, I know I don't have Mortal Kombat on here, do I? No, because my Game Boy selection is very curated. Ugh. It's shit, basically. Absolutely terrible. I think the best fighting game on Game Boy, toss-up, either Mortal Kombat 2 or Killer Instinct. The Killer Instinct port is very well done. King of Fighters was on Game Boy. No, Street Fighter Alpha 3 again. Capcom vs SNK. Let's not get too into this, or we'll find out that I'm actually very good at these games.
Well, we gotta prove that you're not good at everything, Chrono. You kind of like beat me into the ground in Super Mario World last week, so this is revenge.
The weirdest one though is Street Fighter 2 on TurboGrafx. Because you know how many buttons the TurboGrafx controller has?
How many?
2. Street Fighter 2 is a 6-button fighter.
Hold up.
Alright, let's go on to PlayStation. I would do more Tekken 3, but we've done plenty of Tekken 3 in the past. I actually have any other fighting games on here. I don't think so. I've heard, guys. To be fair, Jarrett, everything was ported to the Game Boy. It didn't cost so much back then, and the Game Boy was very popular.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, thanks for joining us, Clem. You take care of yourself, buddy.
Have a good day, Clem.
I guess the only... Oh no, we have Evil Zone. Alright, we're going to do Evil Zone, and then we're not going to do any more fighting games.
Ah, lame. We could have had this be like a retro fighting. Could have gone to the N64, shown off the original Smash Brothers while we're at it.
Evil Zone, anybody who ever hears talk about Evil Zone will tell you it's terrible. I kind of have a soft spot for it, and I think it's mostly because of nostalgia. Oh god, I forgot this was Titus. Who developed this?
Ihadolka is a being
It opens with
capable of
Colonel
existing
Campbell.
in multiple dimensions at one time, and she threatens the
Oh yeah,
world
Total
of
Carnage.
Ipecaru, Happy Island.
Very
Though
similar
the
to Smash
cost was
TV.
heavy,
In the arcades,
inhabitants of
absolutely worth
Ipecaru
playing.
were
The
able
SNES
to
version, not
temporarily
great.
confine
I've
Ihadolka
never seen it on Game
in
Boy,
Evil Zone.
I'll admit.
But the danger is not over. Ihadolka
That's
must
a fair
be
point,
destroyed
Smash TV wasn't on
before she
Game Boy.
emerges from
But I don't think you could have
Evil
done better
Zone.
with it than you did with
To
Super
do
Smash
this,
TV.
Ipecaru called upon mighty war.
That is Colonel Campbell. So this is very 90s anime. And like they got effort
Yeah, that
with the
is.
voice, they got effort with the voice actors. Like I say, nostalgia for this, I think that's the only thing that actually keeps this in my mind. Man, I fucking love Danziger. The only character we'll play as will be Danziger. Well, there's your hentai, Jarrett. You get a little bit of boob jiggle, that's gonna be it. Like, the weirdest thing with this is, like, every character's arcade mode is set out like an anime.
Huh.
And each one of them is designed as like a different genre. It's a weird idea and it's really kind of neat.
I was gonna say, what system was this on?
This is PlayStation.
Huh.
It's very clean looking, this FMV.
It is. That's why I'm just kind of like, wow. I mean, things that are emulated tend to be cleaner anyways, but still.
Not FMVs. Like, you want an example of that? We can go and take a look at, like, Tomb Raider or RE2 after this. FMVs do not get upscaled in emulators. Because they're already pre-rendered. So you try and upscale them, all you get is heavy artifacts in from the original compression. Sega CD is a good point. Like, you go back and watch that original Sonic CD opening, and remember, like, it takes up like a very small portion of the screen anyway. And then the actual animation is really compressed on top of that. Yeah, that's generally how it's going to be, mate. Seeing Megumi go back to Art and Alico 2 recently, and it's like, yeah, no, you really shouldn't upscale this much and stop stretching it because it looks awful. And it's not Megumi's fault, that's the PS2.
As I say, yeah, it's funny that you say that because that's just the quality that it comes in because it's on PS2.
Yeah.
And she's streaming it through Elgato. She doesn't upscale it or anything.
I think that's the oldest character at 36. No, if she was emulating it, it'd look cleaner. Like, just the difference between video quality and video clarity, I guess. Let's turn on the... Oh, fuck, I didn't want to do that. I don't even know what that does. Can we just go cleanly back into the game? No. Alright. What we're going to do is we're going to turn on the up-res. That enhances the resolution. We'll take a look at that. Bear in mind, it usually breaks some games. Enhanced resolution hacks.
Ihadolka is
There you go. You notice the character models are a lot cleaner now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Danzeva. My favorite character because he's just so fucking over the top.
Objective understood.
Special Inspector Danzibar was summoned to the strange world of
I forgot how
Ipaseri
compressed the
to
voiceover
rescue
is
his
on that.
partner Yuri, who is stuck in the evil zone. Danzibar decides to battle with Ihadolka, who exists simultaneously in
That's
multiple
terrible.
dimensions. But someone
Unmute
wants
the
to
stream
stop
for yourself, Chance, and get a listen to
could
the
it be?
compression on this voice acting.
A new program starting next
Okay,
week
hold
will
on.
feature Danzibar, the ultimate hero. Episode 1, the power of the supreme ruler to destroy an evil. Zeruchaku Danzibar. Entry of magician Alti Al-Lazal and Danzai Burst.
Wow, it really is Colonel Campbell, and also, wow.
Yeah. Like, bring up this Colonel Campbell.
That audio.
Like, Metal Gear Solid
Why are
had
you here?
way more
You
voice
called
acting
me
in this
out
game
for your own
possibly had.
convenience, but didn't you
And
come
it
to
was
stop
so
me?
much clearer.
I'm not going to give you any excuses. After all, I don't think it's right to make people of different worlds fight against Ihadulka. Therefore...
Do you dare to stop us? Then stop us! The power of a supreme ruler destroys evil! The ultimate hero, Danzaiba!
Danzeva is fucking ridiculous.
Get set. Go!
So the way this works, like, it's a 3D fighter. The health bars are on the side there. Square is your block.
I'm not easy!
Your attacks are all on triangle.
I'm guessing like triangle plus up, triangle plus down, things like that.
So this is just triangle.
Why did you do that?
If we do it at a distance, it'll do the range attack. That's context sensitive.
Huh.
Nothing! Light forever! Light forever! Lightning strike!
If we hold it, we'll charge. So we have a crystal there. That'll let us do super attacks.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, that's a stun.
I'm not easy! Hello?
Oh, I almost had him.
Not yet! Hello? Hello? Nothing! Hello?
So what I'm trying to do is the super move, which is the red thing you see there. If I can catch him in it for long enough,
Hello?
it'll do a super move that does like a lot of damage.
I'm not easy!
There we go.
Hello? Log on! Sign grid!
I was gonna say, I feel like that might be cheating.
Knock down.
Everybody has a different kind. Danzeva is... like a Sentai character.
Mm-hmm.
Don't blame yourself. In this world, justice will prevail.
Oh, there's also cosmetic damage. I forgot about that. I don't know if you can see it, but like part of the mask was
A
destroyed
glue
there.
to protect Ipaseri. Danzibar faces the next enemy, Kaya, of temporary.
Hey, that's enough of that. Yeah, it's not a great fighting game, but it's definitely interesting. I have a save file on this. Because like everybody knows Final Fantasy VII, we can use this as a good show of like the difference between the resolution hack and not using the resolution hack.
Mm-hmm.
I do not. That is a shame. Is bilinear filtering turned on? It is. We'll turn that off. PS1 games, it's less cut and dry. Never want it on 2D games. On 3D games, it can really help cut down on the jagginess. Everyone knows Final Fantasy VII. Everybody knows the opening of Final Fantasy VII. So we can take a look at this to provide an example. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII, the first game in the Final Fantasy series to be released in Europe. Not in the Meta series, the first numbered game. Technically, the first Final Fantasy game we got in Europe was Mystic Quest, which was released as just Mystic Quest Legend. Then we got Final Fantasy Adventure before that, and that was called Mystic Quest. Confusing. The important thing to note is that we didn't get Chrono Trigger until the DS. Hmm. 97.
This opening still feels, to me, still looks good, even though it's very obviously like an older game.
It's a fantastic showcase.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, of the three PS1 Final Fantasies, I think this is probably the best overall opening. Don't get me wrong, I love Liberai Fatale in FF8, but that opening is pointless and makes no sense really.
Doesn't make any sense until you beat the game.
It's foreshadowing, whereas like 7 and 9 are leading up to the start of the game.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like 9's just kind of a little too low-key. Okay, and now if we turn off the resolution hack. You see the difference?
Yeah, I can tell.
And now if we turn on bilinear filtering.
Gotta show Chrono's hate.
You know, I feel like that actually doesn't help at all.
No. Like this entire string, you've just been like, fuck bilinear filtering. And then you're like, let's go ahead and turn it on.
I hate bilinear filtering on 2D stuff. It always just smudges it and blurs. I like my clean pixels. For old 3D stuff, it helps in covering up some of the jagginess. But there, it just didn't do anything. It looked like just smudged everything without covering anything up. So you might be like, why don't you just play the whole game like this? If it clearly looks better. Let's see if you can notice a problem. You see it?
that slowdown, and also, like, it didn't do the whole, like, smudging when it went into battle.
It has various effects on various games. The most noticeable I've found is Sparrow Year of the Dragon. Which we can show off
What's
real
it
quick.
doing that?
Is bilinear filtering on? Yes, turn it off. It's weird, it'll hold the, and you'll keep the resolution hacks on, but it won't remember that I've said turn bilinear filtering off. Irritating.
It's like you will have your bilinear filtering and you will like it.
You see, that looks quite nice.
It does. That is one hard egg. Managed to not break after falling like that.
That's because it's a dragon egg. Okay, so the translucent background, you see it disappear then pop up there as it fades in and out. That's a glitch.
Huh.
That doesn't happen if bilinear filtering's turned off. In fact, it's not bilinear filter, it's the resolution hacks. If I turn those off now. You see there, the adventure begins properly. But yeah, the main one has like various glitches and stuff. Not that one. I think you can see it. There's also the lines in the atlas. What it is it's not actually the enhanced resolution, it's the speed hack.
Oh.
Because what this does is enhances the resolution, and then this is to try and keep the games running at full speed. Because not everything can actually handle this, depending on the hardware you're using.
You know, that's something I ever thought about before when it came to emulating things.
I get that emulation handheld that I've ordered, which I'll be able to hook up to the TV. That'll probably be my main emulation system at that point. Which would be really nice, because I'll be able to use it on TV and off, and use it on stream and shit. The emulator I'll be using on that will be DuckStation for PlayStation. Which is... if you've never seen it, it's very impressive. But it's very hardware intensive. But you can put PlayStation games into like 5 times resolution quality. Crazy. I look forward to getting that. That'd be nice. But I'm fine with playing PS1 games like this. Ultimately, we go back to talking about Megumi's Art and Helico streams. It's not the visual quality that bothers me. Like, I'm fine with low resolution and this kind of thing. It's the clarity. This is a 240p game, clearly displaying This is 720 or 1080.
Huh.
So, you're the one in charge of rescuing the eggs, huh?
And like, that's fine. I'm okay with that. The issue is the video signal itself, which is where you get the issue of original hardware, like Megumi's doing with her PS2 stuff. Like the issue I have with my PS2 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Alright, let's get back to actually just showing off some games. You got anything you want to take a look at, Chance? Take a look at and talk about?
I'm trying to think because like I didn't really grow up a whole lot with
Well, we know you didn't grow up a whole lot, but you know, come on.
oh all right, fine, if we're gonna play that. I was just trying to think of some older games that I played, but I really didn't play like PlayStation a whole lot or certain games a whole lot. Like N64 was when I finally got old enough that I was more active in playing games. But most of what I played was like the stuff that you typically like that pretty much anyone's already seen. Hold up a moment. Some of those games were not games that are N64 titles.
No, these are ROM hacks. Like, there's a lot of Super Mario 64 ROM hacks that are kind of interesting and also do not work on actual hardware.
Like, as in, like, they, oh god, what's it called? Like, downgrade the game to older graphical styles?
No, they do stuff that the hardware cannot handle. Like Mario 64 multiplayer, which I think makes Luigi a second player character as well. N64 can't do that. Star Road is a fairly well-known Mario 64 hack. Will not work on actual hardware.
I kind of see Odyssey there, and I'm like, well, that's definitely not an N64 game.
I don't know how well this is going to work, honestly. The whole thing of putting Odyssey into Mario 64 was really interesting.
Hello!
Because it's basically just putting Cappy in the game. And all of the associated mechanics.
Come to the castle. I have
Huh.
been for you. Yours truly, Princess Toadstool. Peach.
And I've not actually dabbled with it myself, but as far as I'm aware, it works properly. Like, you possess characters just the way you do in Odyssey. There we go, it's the L button. And the analog stick is not set up for this. Interesting. Let me see. Controls. There we go. It can actually jump. Yeah, there you go. You can jump on them like you can in Odyssey as well. Alright, so let's take a look at this.
Oh, hello. Well, that was interesting.
Yeah, it wouldn't move properly. It was weird. Okay, I'll do it again. Huh.
I was just like, nope, you don't get to do that again.
That carpet texture's different. Let's try it in an actual level. Okay, so this is working like driving something. I'm holding A and going forward, and turning left and right. Okay, what if we do it on a character that's actually supposed to move around? Again, like, it's like controlling a car, it's weird as hell. And this is just going on his own.
Huh.
Yeah, maybe this is an older version that, like, really needs some bug testing, but that's...
Well, that was an interesting.
Let's say, chances are, like, somebody's properly made it. Oh, what else have we got? We've taken a look at Ocarina of Time Redux a couple of times. I don't know if we've ever taken a proper look, though, but we can take a proper look here. The last time I streamed Majora's Mask, it was the Redux version.
Mm-hmm.
The Redux hack that I got. One of the main things it does that's really worth noting is puts the transformation masks on the D-pad.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It had a bunch
That
of
makes
other
it so
changes.
much easier.
It really did. Okay,
So you don't have to worry about it taking up a one of your C-pad buttons.
Mm-hmm. So I spent
it's been a while. My brain was forgetting what they were called for a moment.
So yes, like I always had one of the C buttons mapped for the bunny hood.
Mm-hmm.
This has changed Link's model to be close to his Majora's Mask model. I don't think it is his actual Majora's Mask model. I think it's a higher polygon count.
Mm-hmm.
Which actually requires the extra RAM of the expansion pack.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Link doesn't have the strap over his chest in Ocarina of Time.
You know, that was a detail I never really noticed.
There's a few things here. The Ocarina is mapped to one of the D-pad buttons. I think it speeds up the text. Especially the text that you can't skip. It speeds up the rate that it appears at. I think it's to match the speed that it appears on the 3DS version. I don't know if it changes anything like actual in-game, because Majora's Mask 3, Majora's Mask Redux hack, it swapped a few things around, like the Deku Palace was set to its original Japanese maze.
Which was mirrored, right?
I don't remember what it was, it was different, so it caught me off guard when I was doing it.
Mm-hmm.
We can do a quick run through of Deku Tree, because I can have this done in like 15 minutes.
Honestly, Honestly, like, something I was feeling over this last week is like, I kind of want to replay Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask. I've been seeing everyone else playing it, but it's like, I personally haven't played it in like a couple years.
Yeah. I think Ocarina of Time's always like a really nice palate cleanser. It's kind of the perfect game.
Mm-hmm.
Well designed, there's not really a huge amount of frustration to it at any point. Like, especially in comparison with later 3D Zeldas, there's a reason this is my favourite 3D Zelda. It used to be Majora's Mask, but I think Majora's Mask has to be classed differently in that regard. Because the 3D Zeldas all work a particular way, with the exception of Majora's Mask and Breath of the Wild now. If we talk about this style, like, I prefer this over Wind Waker or Twilight Princess. Because I think it's just the best designed of them.
And I can understand that. Wind Waker is my favorite game of all time, but sometimes I feel like it's more like out of nostalgia. But there are parts of the game in and of itself that I feel like just kind of mesh with me aesthetically.
When I went through Wind Waker for stream, I was doing Wind Waker HD, so like they'd cut down on a lot of the problems of it.
Mm-hmm.
It still ended up being like the Zelda I've enjoyed least streaming, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of that has to do with all of its cut content and just how blatant it is.
Yeah, like, now that I'm older and I've gone through it, it does make me sad because it is obvious where content was cut. It also makes me sad because, like, the HD version was like, oh yeah, well, we can't do the Game Boy Advance connection, so let's give you Miiverse connection. And then it's like, well, what about Miiverse now, Nintendo? I got to play Wind Waker HD when it first came out, and it was fun, like, having, like, the Miiverse bottles and stuff, and then, like, replaying it, like, last year, it was just like, oh, they're not here anymore. It was kind of sad.
Yeah, I've played it with Miiverse. I don't think I streamed it with Miiverse, but I did play it with Miiverse.
You never knew what kind of message you were gonna get. And, like, sometimes it was fun because it'd be like, oh, hey, this is a picture that I need to help me do, like, the figure gallery. And then other times you would just, and this is a legit thing I got, you would just get a picture of a cat crying blood with tentacles drawn all around it. And it was just like, alright, some edgy kid decided to send out a message. But I mean, I felt like it added just a little bit of, like, added silliness, you know?
I think overall, though, like, one of my biggest issues with Wind Waker when it comes down to it is it has some of my least favourite dungeon designs in the 3D games. I absolutely despise the Earth and Wind temples. And for a game that doesn't have a huge amount of dungeons to begin with, hating 2 of them isn't great. Contrast that with Twilight Princess. Going through Twilight Princess, I definitely had a lot more fun. Bear in mind, I have no nostalgia for Twilight Princess, while I do have nostalgia for Wind Waker. I think Twilight Princess has some of the strongest dungeon design in the series.
Well, I mean, aesthetically for me, as far as Wind Waker goes, is that around the time that Wind Waker originally came out, it was my very first GameCube game. I got a GameCube for Wind Waker. But also around that time was when I would go to the beach a lot with my father. Because he did photography of lighthouses and things like that. So being able to sail around and things like that, it kind of connected nostalgia for me in my mind because I was playing Wind Waker around that same time. So that's where I come from when I say I have nostalgia for Wind Waker and its aesthetic personally, even though I know that it doesn't match up for other people, because obviously my lived experience isn't going to be the same as someone else's. I like how you added just that little like disclaimer at the end. I was like, Skyward Sword, where are you going? In Hyrule Field and Skyward Sword. I mean, that's a very valid point as well, because the enemies don't really attack you that often on the Great Sea in Wind Waker, whereas you're more likely to get attacked in Hyrule Field.
Yeah, they give you more stuff to do with that, like travel around Hyrule Field and riding Epona. When there's nothing happening, that's fine, because during specific sequences in the game, there is stuff happening while you're riding Epona.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is, though. I've used the single tuner on GameCube. It's a waste of money. Whoever's using the Game Boy Advance can drop bombs, and it costs you rupees, so it wastes your money.
Yeah. Young me would use that in the Earth Temple because of that one area that's covered in fog. That also is covered in Floor Masters because young me was terrified.
So another thing that the Redux patch does is makes pushing blocks so much faster. There you go. All blocks, just like that. Bam.
Damn.
It'd be nice if there was a patch that would do the same thing with Tomb Raider. Like, pretty much all the quality of life improvements in the Redux patch here are also in the Redux patch in Majora's Mask. It's like the block pushing, the ocarina on the D-pad, all that. The hitboxes for the eggs has always been weird. Like, it looked like I absolutely missed that second one. But like, if you actually aim at the egg, it's not going to do anything. So, did you hear the thing that came out a couple of days ago? Like, oh yeah, Nintendo, with their N64 service on Switch, they've got the fog back on in Ocarina of Time.
No, actually, I had not heard about that.
You heard about missing the fog to begin with, didn't you?
No, actually, because I was like, well, I'm not paying for the Nintendo 64 service anyways, because I'm not going to shell out an extra $30 a year just to play N64. So I haven't really been paying attention much to the N64 side of things.
I've been seeing a bunch of it as it's been coming out. And like, the emulation itself, absolute fun.
Well, I mean, that much I did
broken,
hear.
texturing was broken, layering effects were broken. I recommend like looking up a video on it. It's like, oh yeah, no, they put out a patch that improved stuff, and then this week they put out another patch that puts the fog back in Ocarina of Time. And some people will be like, oh, but without the fog, like, there's no draw distance, it's much better that way. Like, no, the fog's there to cover up the issue with the draw distance. It's like Silent Hill HD all over again. But it's like, yeah, cool. You've not got the fog there, but the fog was hiding the fact that the draw distance didn't cover shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh yeah, no, Nintendo's finally patched the fog back in. Cool, but this is a premium service that they are demanding extra money for. If it was a free emulator, yeah, sure. It's launched in a poor state and it needed improvements. It's not. You have to pay a subscription fee for this.
So, let me ask you something, Chrono. Is there a price point that you would have been like, okay, yeah, that's valid for Nintendo to have released the N64 added edition, compared to them being like, yeah, for $30 more a year, and it's just like, $30 more a year, and we get access to N64? It's like you add one new console and charge us over twice the amount? I mean, yeah, over twice the amount. Like, adding N64, of course they were going to raise the price. What would you have felt would have been a justified price, rather than the price that they did raise it to?
I'll push an extra $10 a year.
See, that's exactly what I was thinking. That's what's pretty amusing, is that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, well, you know, $10 for like NES, $10 for Super NES. Well, yeah, sure, an extra $10 for N64.
But
Makes sense to me.
That still is under the requirement that it actually fucking work.
That is also very true.
I'm tired of the common issue we have with so much in gaming of buying stuff and it doesn't work and it's fine because it'll be patched later. It's like, no, I don't want to go out and buy a fucking sandwich that has no filling in it. And it's like, it'll be fine, we'll give you the filling later. No, it's not how that shit works. Make it work.
That is,
and I'm not going to pay for it until it does.
Sorry. That is a very valid thing, and it is a huge problem that has come to be since, like, Xbox 360, PS3 era. Is that if something came out broken, well, oh well, we'll just give you a patch, and then instead of it becoming like a week 1 patch, it literally has become a day 1 patch thing of like, oh well, we found a problem, but stuff is already done, so we'll just patch it on day 1, whatever.
Please don't judge our games too harshly in your pre-release reviews because we're preparing a day 1 patch.
Yeah, for real.
That's actually happened.
I know it has.
You know what's probably the worst thing? Like, we talk about specifically N64. This emulator has issues, mostly because the power of the emulation box I've got isn't great for N64. This is still more accurate than the one you're paying for on Switch. A lot of the issues that were there at launch aren't here. Like, there are issues, yes, but a lot of the issues the Switch has been having aren't here.
Which is pretty amusing, considering that Nintendo has been caught stealing ROMs in the past. And then it's like, oh, we gotta make our own ROM? Well, I guess we can't put it together properly.
One thing we're not going to get to with this, but like something else the Redux patch adds is something I actually mentioned would probably be a neat idea for Ocarina 3D when I did my Let's Play of Ocarina of Time. And that's giving the bunny hood the same effect it has in Majora's Mask. So, like, it gives you the speed boost.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that it doesn't have the speed boost in Ocarina of Time.
I mentioned it during my
And of
Let's
course,
Play,
like,
like,
with,
it was
like,
probably
Smash...
a good idea, something they could have done in Ocarina 3D. And it's a missed opportunity. But the Redux patch does do that.
Because it's pretty amusing, because it's like everything except Ocarina of Time, the bunny hood gives you a speed boost.
So yeah, this adds the speed boost to it. The issue with it is, like, you've got to go way out of your way to actually get the bunny hood in this game.
Yeah. It's like, it's kind of funny when you think about it, because Majora's Mask obviously deals a lot with masks. And it's like, oh, the masks in Ocarina of Time is a long and convoluted side quest.
There's another thing, like, Nintendo's all like, oh yeah, no, Majora's Mask's coming to Switch Online on this date. It's like, why didn't you just put it out now? It's literally just a fucking ROM you're going to be dumping on there. Like, that really should be the thing, like, as soon as it's ready, just put it on there. Have a scheduled time in the day you want to put it on there, sure, but just put it on there. It's not like you're having to do a physical copy of anything. It's not as though you're beholden to anybody else, it's your game. Just fucking put it on there. Like, yeah, no, here's Nintendo 64 Online. And it's launching with these games, and soon we're going to put more games on it. Okay, why aren't those games just on there? Honestly, just hate dealing with Nintendo shit. So tired of it.
I mean, the whole thing of the Wii U eShop and the 3DS eShop going down.
Just hack them.
Yep.
I'm not having fun playing around anymore, just fucking hack them.
I mean, it's still hilarious because they're like, oh, you have any plans to bring the Virtual Console to the Switch? We have no plans to bring the Virtual Console to the Switch at this time. It's like, why? Why not? Missed opportunities all around.
If they're not gonna do it, people will do stuff in another way. It's like,
It's also kind of fun. Go ahead.
It's like, they're not gonna do it, people will do stuff in another way. Like, oh, you're not gonna put any of this content on the Switch or in any playable format that we can purchase from you? Alright, fine, then we'll just find it elsewhere. How are people still playing GoldenEye?
Invalid.
You say invalid?
I said valid. Yes, I'm gonna be over here and be like, invalid, Chrono. No, that's valid in regards of GoldenEye. What I was gonna mention is I recently realized I needed to catch up on getting some platinum points on my Nintendo. And every week you can get like 30 platinum coins if you log into the Nintendo eShop on your Wii U or 3DS. And I was just sitting there looking at that mission, thinking about the fact that those are shutting down.
Yeah, so you notice the new icon on the right there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the D-pad is set to move. It's not helpful.
It's like, let's fix that.
Down. And let's... Yeah, there you go. Simple as that. That's really nice. Yeah, if Nintendo's not gonna actually provide a way to buy any of this shit, then just get it elsewhere. You'll have to.
I mean, it comes down to one of those things of like, you know what? I guess maybe it is time to get an R4 card.
Hack that shit. Start using your Wii U to play GameCube games. What's that, Nintendo? It's been 20 years and you still haven't re-released Fire Emblem Path of Radiance? Alright. Hello, I'm you, Paradise.
Things that still make me upset. It's like finally getting into Fire Emblem. It's like, oh, let me go see how much this game that everyone recommends to me costs. And fuck that.
Yeah.
It's hilarious because, like, Nintendo isn't seeing any money from the secondhand market, so yet, why? Why do they not do it?
Same reason they didn't bother doing more NES or Super Nintendo Minis.
I mean, it's annoying from a consumer standpoint.
Yep, that's the thing I keep saying, like, Nintendo has just been continuously so consumer unfriendly for years now.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have on DS? Alright, that's right. There we go. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. I remember this being like one of the games I saw on display in a game shop around the time the DS came out, and I was so impressed with it because it was 3D on a handheld.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I remember seeing, I think Super Mario 64 is my first DS game. And I remember being amazed by that alone, because I was just like, holy shit, 3D on a handheld.
Let's take a quick look at Splinter Cell Chaos Theory on DS. I doubt we'll be able to do much. It's an early game, so it'll probably demand that we use touchscreen and shit. Game Loft the Game Loft logo there should give away the big twist that I'm saving here. So we gotta look at that. I'm like, what do you think for DS?
For DS, that's pretty decent, especially early DS.
What if I told you this isn't actually originally a DS game?
Excuse me, what? What system was it originally on?
Engage.
What? Give me just 1 second.
I
Sorry.
can't open this door.
Oh god, it's Final Fantasy 13 all over again. The final boss is the door. But give me just 1 moment.
Yeah, that's enough of that. Oh, jeez, that's... Oh. Ugh. Yeah, that was the thing I only found out like a couple of years ago, that Splinter Cell Chaos Theory on DS was actually ported from N-Gage. And it ran worse on N-Gage. Like, it was, I remember the thing of it being noted that it was very impressive for what it was on the N-Gage. And because it was running on N-Gage, the reviews at the time do not make mention of how bad the frame rate is.
Alright, I'm back.
So if I'm ever actually going to do RE1 on stream, it'll end up being this version. It's like, I'd argue this is the best way to play OG RE1. Really neat. It's got subtitles and everything.
Huh. I always appreciate a game that has subtitles.
Yeah, Tales of the Abyss.
Alpha team is flying around the forest zone
If only.
Raccoon City, where we're searching
If only somebody would ever think to make a Redux version of that.
Disappeared during the middle of our
It's like, yeah, here's Tales of the Abyss on 3DS. Fully voiced without subtitles. I'm sorry, what?
bizarre murder
That's the old version. That's the old version with the misspelling on bizarre. Capcom fixed that on the PS1, and then they've put the wrong version in the DS version.
Wow.
Team went to the hideout of the group and disappeared.
What is that, like the original release in the West? Because it's the censored version as well. The uncensored version has this in colour, and instead of newspaper articles, it shows the crime scenes.
Oh.
With the victims having been apparently eaten.
Oh shit.
I might actually have that on here.
It was Bravo Team's helicopter. Nobody was in it. But strangely, most of the equipment was still there.
Oh, we got the live action video.
However, we soon discovered why.
But they fixed it in one of the later releases, might be the director's cut, where they fixed the misspelling of bizarre.
Huh. Truth be told, I never really went through the PS1 version. When I played it, it was when I got it on GameCube.
Which is the remake.
Mm-hmm.
Joseph!
Joseph!
Why wasn't that subtitled?
Subtitle budget ran out.
No! Don't go!
It's a shame that Capcom hasn't re-released the original trilogy on modern systems. It's like, put them together, RE1, 2, and 3, like Director's Cut, DualShock version, and like, whatever. Oh fuck, do the Dreamcast versions of 2 and 3. And like, whatever version of 1 you want to do, Director's Cut. Maybe have an option for the DualShock version soundtrack. And throw them out for like $30.
Chris Redfield.
Like,
and there's a lot of games. There's a lot of games that I'm surprised that they don't do just collection versions of on new consoles.
Barry Burton. Rebecca Chambers. Albert
Albert Wesker.
This is another case of the whole thing of Japanese media
Resident
having characters
Evil.
way younger than they should be for what they are. Like, the oldest character there is Barry. I think he's like mid-30s.
What is this? Wow.
Yeah, the top screen is really nice. Also shows the health, which is great because original RE1, you don't have the limping animations when you take damage.
Wesker, where's Chris?
It's got the map, and in the bottom right corner of the top screen is your currently equipped weapon with the ammo in it.
But Chris is...
But the biggest thing that the DS version has
Maybe it's Chris.
is skippable cutscenes and skippable doors.
Oh shit.
A dining room.
Unfortunately, this is a whole new interface made for the DS version. Like, it's got all the touchscreen stuff, everything. But it still has the same issues of the interface in the original Resident Evil. Of like not being like with the bazooka, not being able to switch ammo types, which is frustrating.
What?
Oh, it's going to default to
What
green
is
blood,
this?
isn't it? Yeah.
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you
I always
can
forget
find
that because
any
no
other
other
clues.
version
I'll
of
be examining
RE1
this.
does that.
Hope this is not Chris's.
Well, this isn't Chris's blood, or he's very ill. Like, it does
Yeah,
that
that
for
would be
everybody. Like, if we go in the next room and get bitten by a zombie without changing the colour of the blood, we'll be bleeding green.
Huh. It is interesting how they use green as a way to subvert rating back then. Because, I mean, the same thing happened with Ocarina of Time.
This is also, for some reason, the uncensored version of this cutscene.
Oh, wow. You're right.
And that's like the only uncensored bit. You mind? I'm trying to get to Kenna. As far as gameplay improvements go, though, like there's a few things that are improved that make this like hands down the best version of RE1. Get a closer look. Here we go. Quick knife on the L button, so the knife doesn't take a slot, and you always have it with you.
Oh, wow.
Quick turn, which wasn't added until RE3, and also manual reload in-game.
So, quality of life features that are in this version, but not other versions.
All of these things are why I say this is the best version.
Wesker!
Like, it's not just the thing of like, oh yeah, being able to skip stuff is great. No, there's actual gameplay improvements. It's really nice. Take a look at... Oh, it's just the director's cut I have. It's not the ultimate director's cut I've put on here. Because that has, like, the completely uncensored original. Yeah, it's just director's cut. And, like, it's cheesy. The whole opening bit is cheesy. But, like, there's some pretty decent practical level effects that are done on the cheap. And it's gory as fuck. Like, you watch the full uncensored opening of Resident Evil, and you can understand why they censored it. One day, Teak.
Trying to think of other PS1 games.
I might have Dragon Warrior 7 on here, actually. I should do.
That's
I
what
can't
I
think
was
of any
thinking
reason
of.
why
I
I
was like,
wouldn't.
Dragon Warrior 7, maybe. I have a physical copy of Dragon Warrior
I
7
know, you mention
on,
it every time we bring up
PS1.
Dragon Quest.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
really
this is
need
a
to get
hack
back
version.
and play it.
I got a hack for this that makes the Chocobo stuff doable without a pocket station.
Ah. Yeah, I remember when I first played Final Fantasy VIII, which I first played in like 2014. I was just like, what the fuck is a pocket station?
At the time, Square wasn't sure if Sony were going to release the pocket station outside Japan. And then they didn't.
Yep.
Like, this is a good Final Fantasy opening. Musically, Liberi Fatale is one of my favourites.
Visually, you still have no idea what the fuck is going on.
Visually, none of it matters. The only thing that matters here is the fight between Squall and Cypher to explain a little bit of the animosity and where the scars come from.
Yep. It's like, why are we waking up in the hospital? Why do I have a scar across my face?
Like, the scar could have just been there. It's a JRPG. Tagged as a scar. Fine. Like, none of this matters. Look at that compression.
Oof.
As with all the Final Fantasies on PlayStation, if you have a choice, play them on PlayStation. The remaster is weaker than the original version in several respects. Enough
Well,
respects where I'm like, if you can do it, just play the original.
I was gonna say, well, at least with Final Fantasy VIII remaster, you get 3x speed, which is nice for drawing.
Yeah. It's like the biggest upside, and I don't think it matches everything else that you lose. Idea is, of course, the hottest Final Fantasy villain. There will be no arguments. You got people going crazy for Scarlet in FF7 remake because, like, goddamn that cleavage. And, like,
She's also very much a dominatrix, but go on.
Imagine what it'd be like if they ever remake FF8 and Ultimecia's design. It's like, hey, how deep does that neck go? How deep does your neckline go? Oh, it goes deep enough that you can start seeing hair. It's like that neckline goes so far down, it is unbelievable. Have you
ever I was gonna say, were you aware that this opening song was actually used in a as a background piece for something in the Olympics, like back in like 2001?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
A swimming team actually used it and choreographed their swim performance to it.
I like how Thetos Losek Vikos Vinosek is a recurring motif throughout the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
Because it first appears in Liberi Fatale. It reappears in the track that's actually named Thetos Losek Vikos Vinosek during the parade in Deling City for Idea. Like, it recurs throughout the game and then reappears one last time in the extreme during the final battle with Ultimecia. I really like it. Good stuff. One day I'm actually going to play Front Mission 3. It's a shame Clem's gone, because I was talking about Fear Effect yesterday in relation to him playing Parasite Eve. Because like Parasite Eve 2, he was playing, and it's got some really impressive FMV backgrounds in sequences. But, like, not throughout the entire game, just for specific sequences. For, like, camera movement, and it's really well done. Fear Effect just outright has FMV backgrounds everywhere, which is why it's 4 discs. Shame Clem's gone now, and I forgot to mention him. Anyway, Dragon Warrior. I did bring it up yesterday. In his stream. At some point, I need to decide like whether or not I've not done Dragon Quest 7. At some point, I need to decide if I'm gonna do it. Do I do PlayStation or 3DS?
You know, I've never seen a physical 3DS copy of Dragon Warrior 7.
That's honestly not as surprising. To know that I don't think Enix has ever actually developed any of the Dragon Warrior games.
Meanwhile, I just see copyright Enix at the end there.
Yeah, they published them. I don't think they ever developed any of them. Our project, I think, is Yuji Horí's own studio, and I think they were always just farmed out to third-party studios for the actual development. Like, Dragon Quest 8 was done by Level 5, I think Dragon Quest 9 was as well, and I'm sure the 7 remake was also done by Level 5. Of course, if we ever do Dragon Quest 8 on stream, it's going to be the PS2 version. It's like, oh, but the 3DS version gives you 2 extra characters. Yeah, but for some reason they also gave us the synthesized soundtrack rather than the orchestrated. That was a deliberate decision.
Yeah, it was. It was a deliberate decision. It's still unfortunate.
It's like, okay, Dragon Quest 8 probably has the most improvements in its release in the West over the original Japanese version of, like, any other game. Any other game in the series, including 1 and 11. One of those improvements was a fully orchestrated soundtrack. 3DS version in Japan gets a fully orchestrated soundtrack. In the West, it gets a MIDI soundtrack for some reason. Didn't Sugiyama die?
Yes. I think he did.
I wonder what they're doing for Dragon Quest 12.
That's a very valid question.
Years or so ago, it wouldn't have surprised me if they'd cancelled it or stopped making numbered installments out of respect. And like the traditionalist thing. Like these days, it pulls in so much money, and like I know 11 was enough of a success in the West.
Oh yeah, they're like, yeah, we wouldn't be able to drop it.
Yep. This is what a PS1 RPG looks like that came out in 2001.
PS1 RPG that came out in 2001. You know what other RPG came out in 2001?
Final Fantasy IX.
For y'all. Say Final Fantasy IX was like 1999 over here.
No, it fucking wasn't. Final Fantasy VIII was 99.
I was gonna say
There you
Kingdom
go.
Hearts 1.
11th, the 15th of November 2000. Fantasy 9. Final Fantasy
Final
8
Fantasy
was
9.
99.
Alright. Fair. Fair. But the point I was gonna make is that Kingdom Hearts 1 was 2001.
Wasn't Kingdom Hearts 1 2002?
2001, 2002.
No, because
Final Fantasy X was 2000, 2001.
No, Final Fantasy 10 was 2002, wasn't it?
No. I'm pretty sure it says copyright 2000/2001 when you boot up Final Fantasy X.
Yeah, original release date July 19th, 2001. That's fair enough. Kingdom Hearts, 28th of March 2002.
Yeah, the original Kingdom Hearts was also a Blue Disc game.
A CD?
What?
Weren't Blue Discs on PS2 CDs?
Yes.
That didn't seem right for Kingdom Hearts 1. Although, like, with how low resolution a lot of this shit is. When did we get it? When did we get FF9? No, we got FF9 in 2000. Yeah, no, we did get FF9 in 2001. February 16th, 2001. The real kicker is, like, when we got stuff like Final Fantasy VI on PlayStation. Which was the first release of Final Fantasy VI in Europe.
When?
I feel like it was like 2002.
Jeez.
Yeah, here we go. Fucking hell, I didn't realise the time difference was so large. America got it on PlayStation October 5th, 99. We got it March 1st, 2002. Yeah.
I know Final Fantasy X took so long to get over to y'all that y'all ended up getting the international version.
Yeah, I told you that.
I mean, I knew that ahead of time, but...
Don't lie to me, I told you that. You don't know what goes on across the ocean.
Chrono is like, I am the Overseer.
I'm the end and the beginning.
My view.
I am the end and the beginning. The fate that feeds the unbelieving. Tightening not to staunch the bleeding. Say my name. Say my name. Rot. Oh, we're here though. Let's take a look at Persona 2. I recommend actually turning the stream audio on for yourself so you can hear the music for this opening chant.
No.
Research and Development 1. Good times. Okay, it skipped the opening.
Oh, well, that's lame. You're like, here, listen to the opening chants, and then it's just like, oh, that ended skip.
Well, maybe get this up on YouTube. Yeah, it's just not going to do it.
Wow.
Fortunately, Atlas did recently release the original. I'm sure they did the original opening and the PSP opening.
Can't remember if it was
YouTube.
PSP or original. I know they did Persona 3 Fez and no, they did Persona 3 and Persona 3 Portable. They did those separately. I don't think they did the Fez one because the Fez one is just spoilers galore, but
yeah, they did it here. Revelations Persona opening, Innocent Sin opening, Eternal Punishment opening. Oh, it's doing it. Awesome. So yeah, there's Persona 2 Innocent Sin's original opening.
dang. That's actually really cool.
You know what we're gonna do now?
Alright, I gotta turn the audio down now.
No, you
But
keep
dang,
that
that
back
was really
up.
cool. I keep that back up? It's like, how dare you turn that down? Are you gonna go to the PSP version now? Maybe. Well, you can already tell that this is drastically tonally different.
Yeah,
I
very
mean,
tonally different.
very tonally different. The animation is still really nice. It has its own aesthetic perks, but Lotus Juice really does fit more for Persona 3 and Catherine rather than Persona 2 and Persona 1.
Mhm.
Along with Shoji Meguro doing the music as well.
I don't have OG Persona. I don't have standard PSP Persona on here.
No, rip.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'd take a look at like the we don't even have to get to like a battle theme. The music that plays when you walk through the school, which in original Persona is like kind of a creepy ambient piece. In PSP Persona, is something that feels like it's out of Persona 3 and 4. Is it bad? No, it's just for a completely different game. Right, I think you know what time it is now, Chance. Time for me to do all of Metroid Fusion.
Yep. Time to jump into Metroid Fusion.
Yeah, being a dick. Mind that. Enjoy Tiny Vision.
Oh, why Tiny Vision?
Because then we can do that. No, I'm kidding. We're gonna put this up properly.
I'm just sitting here like, oh, it's so itty bitty.
Linear filtering off. We'll have it on the integer scale, though. Now we get the actual square pixels. We can continue where we left off last time.
Oh, that's nice.
We're not gonna. All of Metroid Fusion. Can I fit it in here? No, I don't think I can. Which one is this box? Right. You know what? It looks like I actually can. It does actually fit in the 4x3 frame that way.
Huh.
Yeah, we can do it like this then.
Alright.
That way everything's clear for chat.
Gotta make sure all the important things that are being said can be seen.
I always like it when we have a clean game field. It's one of the problems I have with like doing widescreen stuff when chat's displayed over the game.
I was gonna say last time we did this was before you had beaten Metroid Dread, right?
Yep.
So now that you've beaten Dread, I wonder how you're gonna feel.
Same, this is still a really good game. I don't know what you expect to have changed.
No, I mean just like maybe things you notice or whatever. I'm not saying Fusion is a bad game.
Wish this opening could be skipped. But then I've wished that for like 20 years.
What, are you able to skip the opening in Metroid Dread?
I have no idea, I've not tried. I did like the suit design in Dread. The opening of Dread showed this scene. Not this screen. The one when Samus gets up. Which happens in a minute. And they redesigned the suit a little, and I think it had the shoulder pads there. And Samus never actually has the shoulder pads in this game. Like, she has them in the opening, and she loses that suit because of, like, trying to stop the X virus from taking over. And the X parasites. So it's one of the pieces that they surgically remove, the shoulder pads. So the SAX have. Yeah, like, they redrew that specific shot in the opening of Dread. It's kind of interesting. I like the suit in Dread. The original, the starting suit you have with the blue on it. And when you get the various suit, and the primary colour scheme is yellow and white with gold trim. Oh, that was nice. I like orange and white with gold trim. It was really nice. The suit design in Dread was just... Fusion was the most drastic change to the suit design for a long time.
It looks like the suit mainly just got splatted by an inkling. At least from this angle.
It's always going to look like that. Like, the colour will change, but it's always going to look like that in this game. I like that they kept the ship in Dread. Because that's been a thing in some of the Metroids where the ship has been different for no really explored reason. Like, they explain why you have this ship in this game rather than the one she has in Super. It's destroyed at the start. Like, that ship, the ship you have in Super, it's the same one you have in Metroid 2. You have it in Prime and Prime 2, but Prime 3 you have a different ship for some reason. Okay, let's go. What was I? Yeah. The suit design. Fusion was the most radical change from standard suit design. It started in Metroid. Metroid, the various suit was just a different colour. Yeah, the power suit, which was the standard suit design we know, suit coloration. It was a different colour. The various suit was a different colour. And the gravity suit wasn't in the original Metroid. Metroid 2, because it was on Game Boy. No colour there. So how do they represent the various suit? They made it visually distinct, that's where the shoulder pads come from.
Oh.
And then Super had, like, power suit, various suit, gravity suit, and the gravity suit was purple. And Prime kept that same idea. Power suit, various suit, gravity suit was purple. I think they changed exactly how much of it was purple in Prime compared to Super. Like, it was very much the same though. Fusion came out the same day as Prime. And
yeah, that I remember.
Yeah. It's the first radical departure from the classic suit design. Prime 2 has another departure with the dark suit, which Teek's currently going through Prime 2, and I mentioned this on Teek's stream on Friday, like, the dark suit is, I think, one of the ugliest suits in the series. But later on you get the light suit, which is very sleek. I've heard people call it, like, the apple suit.
I'm gonna look these up real quick.
Like, you see the light suit in Prime 2, and you'll understand why people call it the apple suit.
Let me look at the dark suit first. Oh, well. Yeah, that's ugly. It looks like somebody just kind of poured copper over Samus. This is like, here's some really dark copper with some, like, silver pieces, I guess. Let's see what the light suit looks like. Yeah, I can see why people call that the apple suit.
I do quite like the light suit design. I can take or leave the chest piece. But like, every now and then when I'm playing Samus in Smash, I'll use the white suit that's supposed to represent that suit. It doesn't completely represent the suit, because like, it's just the standard various suit, but a different colour. It doesn't have like chest indentations. Prime 3 had the PED attached to the suit. Other M.
We don't talk about other M.
Visually, other M suits, and they all look the same. The various suit is just an effect, and the gravity suit is an effect on top of that. It always looks like Samus is wearing the various suit with the shoulder pads. And then when you get the gravity suit, when the gravity suit is authorized, except no, the gravity suit isn't authorized, Samus just turns it on her own.
It's like, of course, the one thing that she can turn on her own.
When that happens, it's a purple effect over the various suit. Like, it's not actually the suit becomes purple. Samus Returns on 3DX did actually have power suit, various suit, gravity suit. The gravity suit in that looks quite nice. But yeah, if you take a look at the various suit in Dread, like, I could see that being one of my favourite suit designs.
Alright, let me look that up real quick.
You don't really have to worry about it being a spoiler, it's the first suit you see Samus in Dread.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. I mean, it's kind of similar to our normal design, except for white parts of it. Oh, wait, that's not the... That's the wrong one. Or is that the right one? Google, you be confusing me. Yeah, okay, yeah, that was the right one. Google having the wrong names attached to things.
I feel like the timing of the controls a little off here. Maybe a little bit of latency. I actually switched the controller I'm using for this. I was previously using a PS4 controller. My spare DualShock 4. I decided to make use of that spare Switch Pro controller I got. See if that had any better latency. And I hadn't noticed anything until we started Fusion. Possibly because, like, I know the timing of Fusion's movements so well. I don't know, we'll have to see how it feels as the game goes on. Maybe it is just me.
You played this game so many times, you're just like, this does not seem right.
Yeah, like, you can notice the timing on these things. It's the repetition of the thing. It's like on the PlayStation Mini. The version of Resident Evil 1 that's on there is the PAL version. And I can feel it because the specific way I can tell, is the footsteps sound slower. You can force it into NTSC, which puts it up to like the proper 60Hz refresh rate speed. But then the music's playing too fast. The gameplay's right, the sound's wrong. And the SAX. I really did like the Emmys as an idea in Red, because it felt like the SAX with better implementation. It's like the SAX only turns up with scripted sequences and it's pretty easy to lose her. The Emmys follow you throughout specifically set areas, and will chase you while you're in those areas.
You explaining that was making me think of the Dahaka in Prince of Persia Warrior Within.
SAX is fairly comparable to that, yeah. You missed the entire Warrior Within playthrough, didn't you, gents?
I saw some of it. I missed most of it.
Yeah.
But I've played the entire game before, complete with getting the true ending.
That was so fucking disappointing doing that. It's like, I did it. It was like, okay, the Haka's bullshit. It was like, okay, what can we do? Oh, we'll just do this, it'll completely cheese it. And we did, we won it. And
get the water sword.
So unsatisfying. Like, goddamn.
I mean, the Dahaka has enough bullshit as is. You might as well cheese it unless you're specifically going for, like, I don't know, specialty points. Like, if you're just wanting to beat it, cheese the damn thing.
I don't think there's a good way to do it otherwise. Such a cheap boss fight. And like, I feel like, especially recently, some of the stuff we've done on stream, I've proven I can deal with a lot of these boss fights. Like, Dread had some tricky fights. East Origin has been doing some tricky fights like that. It's like, I can do it. Give me a little time, work out patterns and shit, and I can do it. But the Haka was just bullshit. Okay. Head into this room over here. No, I didn't sneeze, I just like trying to press a cough so I could talk and then... jump over the hole, come into this room for that quick missile tank. My goal, as I think is pretty much always my goal these days with Fusion, try and get sub 120. They call it speed casual.
It's like I want to play my favorite game as little as possible. I think Nier made that comment once.
Honestly, it's just because there's a timer at the end. It's the same with Resident Evil when I do RE2. The only reason I try and do that as quickly as I can is because there's a timer at the end. Anything else, I wouldn't care.
It's like, if I'm not being timed, I don't care. If I'm being timed, well, shit.
It's like, I forget, does Link to the Past have a timer at the end? Or is it just like the death counter?
It has a timer. At least the GBA version does, because I remember writing on the inside of my game guide what the timer said when I beat it. back in the days of, like, being a young kid and not feeling ashamed to write in your game guide.
I got that one pretty low. Yeah, I don't think A Link to the Past on Super Nintendo has a timer. It has a death counter. Like, trying to beat the game without dying is just a standard thing anyway.
I do find it kind of amusing, at least on the Game Boy Advance version of A Link to the Past, that if you beat the game, save, and then beat the game again, it'll actually add an extra death to your counter.
Yeah, it's technically not a death counter, it's like a try counter or something. Ocarina of Time, I think, does actually make it a proper death counter. But it's the same in Super Nintendo. If you quit and load the game up at any point, it'll count that as a death, in quotes. But given that I can do A Link to the Past in one sitting under 3 hours these days anyway, it's not a big deal. And we'll be proving that right after we finish Metro Fusion.
How long you planning on going?
Forever.
That'd be fun to be able to do that.
Fun to have the energy.
Imagine if there... that too. Imagine if there was a Zelda game that played similar to Super Mario World. It's just like, okay, you play until you die, and then when you die, the next person takes over.
I like how some of those old Nintendo games handled alternating co-op. Like, with Mario, it's always alternating. I think the only one that does it is OG Super Mario Brothers. It's play until you die, then it swaps. But like Mario 3, Super Mario World, they alternate. Finish a stage or die, swaps to the next character. Donkey Kong Country does a neat thing. You finish the stage, but you go through them together in Donkey Kong Country. But you finish the stage, it swaps to the other player. So that's nice. That's the kind of stuff that avoids arguments. Mostly.
Mostly.
Actions lady, I wouldn't disagree. That was just his way of knocking our trust. He absolutely was not condescending. That's one of like the biggest failures of Other M. Is like, oh yeah, no, we get to meet Adam and see the character that Samus spoke about so highly of,
and he's a dick.
Fusion. And it's like, good work. You have made it so that Samus really just comes off as being completely in denial about this guy. Teek's gonna do Other M at some point, and it's like, props to Teek for going through the entire series and stuff. I've thought about it, and I'm probably just never gonna do Other M on stream. I don't care to go through that game again.
It just ain't worth it.
It's like, oh, we could get some interesting discussion. It's like, yeah, but I also have to play other M. And when it comes down to it, the gameplay is boring.
So, how's that Sonic Marathon 2 going?
I have no idea when we're going to start that.
I just think about how long it took me to do Sonic 06 because I kept losing my mind with that game. And I'm just like, oh, you're planning on streaming it? Yeah, you have fun with that.
That's the thing of, like, okay, Sonic 06 has issues. Most of the Sonic games past Adventure, like, most Sonic games have issues. Generally, they're not boring. And that's my biggest thing with not wanting to do Other M. Gameplay-wise, Other M is just really boring. And part of my issue with doing Shadow the Hedgehog is having to do it 10 times is gonna get boring. And that's an issue that 06 doesn't have. It's
06 is so bad, that's good.
06 is a train wreck, but it's like a train wreck, it's just kind of fascinating. It's bad, but it's not boring. And like, I'll always, whenever we have to talk about Bubsy 3D, I'll always compare it to like Sonic 06. I'm like, okay, Sonic 06 is fascinating to watch and to play. Because there's potential there, and it just went so wrong because of deadlines, egos, and trying to learn how to deal with the HD generation, which like a lot of stuff suffered from that. That's not just Sonic 06. But there's potential there, there's stuff to talk about, and it's not boring. The story's terrible, there's gameplay problems, but it's all stuff that is interesting to see in some respect, for whatever reason. And then there's Bubsy 3D, which you've seen the entire game in the first 5 minutes. And then it's just about doing that more until it's over. And one of my issues with the Werehog stages in Unleashed, it's not that they're bad, they're not. They're competently made. They're just too long and they become boring as a result. Ultimately, I'll praise
That's actually
Unleashed.
That's actually a very valid take for the Unleashed stages.
I'll praise Unleashed for a lot of the stuff it does. Its daytime stage designs, I think, are more interesting than either Colours or Generations.
Yeah, see, I also really like the daytime stages for Unleashed. It's one of the reasons why I was very tempted to get either the PS2, not PS2, either the PS3 or 360 version, because the version that I had was on Wii, because I was trying to keep all the Sonic games I got on the same console. But hearing that there was an extra day stage in PS3 or 360, I was like, well shit, now I want to go and get that copy.
It's not that there's an extra stage there, it's that they're different games. Like, get them on both, you're gonna get a whole new set of stages.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a point worth considering, actually. Doing Sonic Unleashed on... because I've been doing it on Xbox, backwards compatible. And then seeing about doing it on PS2 or Wii. I think the Wii version runs better, but they are the same game.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're different games. And like, if I'm going to consider that seriously, I'll need to look into how much waggle there is in the Wii version.
It's been so long, I can't remember, to be honest.
Because, like, I still need to decide if I'm going to do Secret Rings and Black Knight.
Well, obviously. Meanwhile, I'm just kind of waiting for you to smack me for that.
What am I
will admit,
marathons to?
I will admit that Black Knight does have a nice art style presentation for some of its cutscenes. And I feel that was like a saving grace for it.
What am I actually confirming for Marathon 2? Like, there's Heroes, there's 06, Unleashed, Colours, Generations, Lost World, Forces, Mania. I feel like they're the ones I'm confirming. Shadow the Hedgehog's up in the air. And it's not because...
Man, too bad I couldn't play these games for you. I'd play them. I'd be like, yeah, I've done this shit enough. Let's do it again.
My issue with Shadow the Hedgehog is always going to be that you've got to finish it 10 times. But there's only 5 pathways. That's all of them. Like, that's my issue. It's like, yeah, Shadow's got problems, but Shadow has its merits. For one, it's the game where Sonic Team finally realised there's more than 2 fucking buttons on a controller. Like, Adventure 2's bad for that, Heroes is still really bad for that. Like, Heroes uses X and Y, I'm talking about GameCube controls specifically. Heroes uses X and Y for team switching. Which could have been used by, like, L&R could have done that if they'd set the camera to the right analog stick, which they didn't, they set to first person mode. Which isn't entirely Sonic Team's fault, a bunch of other games did that as well. Grand Theft Auto did that. Vice City did that. But like Adventure 2, that leads to the problem of too much in the game is set to the B button. The Lightspeed Dash and Rocket Excel both being on the B button kills people in Heroes. Because you've got to do Lightspeed Dash and you'll do a Rocket Excel off a platform.
It is kind of the problem in regards of the buttons, because I know there's been a few times I'm thinking specifically of Sonic Adventure 2, of trying to do a light speed dash and instead just kind of rolling and being like, well, there I go, off the side.
That's surprising. The rocket itself thing in Heroes, I feel like it's the same problem but worse. But Shadow the Hedgehog actually makes use of other buttons for stuff, and that's actually really nice. And like, the main thing I do like about Shadow the Hedgehog is it clears up Shadow's backstory, so that plot thread is gone. And Shadow never dwells on it again. And like, we get to Sonic 06, and I love Shadow's character. Because he's not whiny, mopey, emo, who am I? Who is Maria? Why am I angry at the world? It's like, yeah, no, Mephiles is trying to manipulate Shadow with his lingering resentment of humanity, and Shadow's telling him to just fuck off.
Yeah.
It's great.
Shadow's like, nope, been there, done that, we're over it.
And it's especially great in a game where, like, Silver is just being manipulated left, right, and centre. By Mephiles and Robotnik. And by Shadow to an extent. Although Shadow's less manipulating him, more just telling him, you're an idiot, do this. And Sonic's just kind of detached from the main plot there. I don't think he meets Mephiles at any point until, like, before the final boss. I say final boss, I mean, like, last story boss. Like, Shadow's just really refreshing, a character that seems to be trying to figure out what's going on, reasonable about it, and isn't being taken in like an idiot. which was tiresome in Adventure when Knuckles fell for Robotnik's tricks again. I love Shadow's character in 06. My favourite part of the game. Got the boot of the 360 for that. That's actually a thought. Teak told me that he played the Sonic 06 demo. I wonder if he still has access to it. I wonder if you can still download that. Because like when they delist stuff, a lot of the time it's taken off so you can't purchase it again, but it'll still be available for re-download. I wonder if he still has it. I'd love to be able to get like a proper look and discussion of it. That's for the future. After 06 is Unleashed, Colours. Maybe Rush?
Oh yeah, I forgot about Rush and Rush Adventure.
Not doing Rush Adventure, not a chance.
Oh, obviously you gotta do Rush Adventure. I mean, you're gonna do Rush, right?
Okay, we're not gonna do
Got
Rush.
it. If you do Rush, you have to do Rush Adventure, because you gotta figure out about Nega Eggman. Wasn't that what it was called? Eggman?
Eggman
Something like
Nega.
that? Eggman Nega, that's what it was.
It's like, you know what? Let's ignore that and go to Sonic Rivals where Eggman Nega reappears with a different backstory.
Which, Sonic Team kind of does that a bit.
They did that with Blaze.
You know...
Like, we go
yeah,
back to
that's what I was about to say was with Blaze.
It's like Sonic Rush, Blaze's introduction. She's a princess from an alternate dimension, tasked with guarding the Soul Emeralds. And then 06 is like, no, she's Silver's friend from the future.
It's like, okay. Silver, where did you meet her?
Like those...
It's just like, I don't know.
If there are 3 characters I'm gonna say that I actually like in... Hey, it's Lino!
Hey, Lino!
If there are 3 characters I'll say that I actually like in 06, it's Shadow, Blaze, and Omega. Like, I don't really dislike any of Team Dark in 06. I think they're all decent. Yeah, we're doing alright, Lino. We've been doing some retro stuff, and we're doing Metroid Fusion, probably to end it on. We'll see what time it is when I finish this. Well, since we're seeing you, buddy, how you doing? Yeah, I got the 2-shot last time. Let's see if we can do it again, but faster this time. I think we got it there. No, I might have actually. It's turned black. Damn it. Missed it there. There we go. Nice. Falling in the water afterwards was awful. Yeah, Metro Fusion's cool. It's a favourite of mine. So what was that about? Yeah, like Rush, maybe do Rush. The main thing that's going to decide if I can do Rush is if I get a decent way to do touchscreen. Which means I might just have to use the Wii U for it. Because the special stages.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the special stages in that game.
Yeah, the Sonic 2 style ones. And because you control it entirely with the touchscreen, like the best rendition of them. But yeah, like, if I can do that, Rush, yeah. No interest in doing Rush Adventure. Maybe take a look at it. But if we're gonna take a look at it, we'll take a look at a few others as well. Take a quick look at Sonic Battle.
Oh yeah, Sonic Battle. You like keep mentioning all these things. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that game existed.
I remember a lot of games that everybody else has forgotten.
Chrono over here, like, I know many things.
As long as they're about video games. Really what it is. I know many things about video games. I had Sonic Advance 2 when I was younger. If I look around for it, I might still have the cartridge somewhere. Might do like one playthrough of that. I'm not getting a true ending of that. You ever done Sonic Advance 2?
I used to have the Sonic Advance games. I don't anymore. I think I did Sonic Advance 2.
Did you ever get the special stages?
I do not remember them, so I'm gonna say no.
Very few people have ever actually seen a Sonic Advance 2 special stage.
Damn.
Yeah, it has
I
like
didn't realize
one
they
of
were
the
that
worst
hard.
ways of getting into there.
Huh.
There's a set of special rings in every level, and you have to get all of those rings in a level to get the special stage.
That's very frustrating.
I've never seen a Sonic. I think I have seen a Sonic Advance 2 special stage, but only in YouTube videos. I've never actually got to it myself. I tried when I was younger. Like, never actually got into it myself. Like, maybe do one playthrough of a Sonic Advance, not going for the true ending for that, because no. Sonic Colors on DS I'd like to showcase. I feel like it's often forgotten. It's basically Rush 3. With the Wisp powers, and it's pretty good.
See, that's one reason why I was like kind of excited for Sonic Colors HD, because I was told it was like kind of like a mix of the original Sonic Colors and also included the stuff from Sonic Colors 3DS.
No, just DS.
Oh yeah, my bad. Sonic Colors DS. What happens when you have two systems that are very similarly named? You tend to have that slip here and there.
Generations was the first Sonic game on 3DS. And it's shit. I tried to like Generations 3DS and it's just not a good game.
I never played Generations 3DS, like... What was different with the 3DS version compared to the console version?
Well, modern Sonic's entirely in 2D.
Seems strange, but okay.
Yeah, so the difference between the two is like, oh, modern Sonic has the homing attack. You can get an upgrade that'll give classic Sonic the homing attack. But overall, like, the stage design is just really poor, and it doesn't control well. It's not fun to play. remember not to jump this time. I like getting missile tanks in Metroid games because, like, you get to the bosses and you can just dump missiles into them and it's great. That's the issue Other M has. Missile tanks in that give you one missile. But it also doesn't matter in that because of the concentration mechanic. Because enemies don't drop health or missiles. So when you run out of missiles, you have to just hold the Wiimote vertical and hold A, and you'll just regenerate all your missiles. I was like, okay, what's the point?
Yeah, I was like, that kind of defeats the point then.
I probably should see about getting like a different controller for my Switch. Because like the Switch Pro controller is nice enough if you're not using the D-pad. Like I've got a bunch of 2D stuff to play on the Switch. D-pad's very wiggly. And by that I mean like you hold a direction and slight movements in the adjacent directions. Like you hold right. The slight movements up or down. And like run through here and I'll show you. You see it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Those are slight movements. Just the standard D-pad wiggle that you have. And like they're being properly registered like that, and they can mess you up in precise 2D action games. You talk about the 8-bit DOE adapter, Mir? Because I also have one of those. It's what I currently have connected to my emulation box. It's how I'm using a Switch Pro controller on it. I was using it with my spare PS4 controller, but I get extra latency on that for some reason. I've mentioned that previously. Remember back when we did Guitar Man?
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's extra latency on the PS4 controller for some reason. Oh, yeah, how's that work out for you, man? Yeah, I should see about doing the site management I'm thinking about getting guests in for that.
I mean, I'd have fun joining in for that. I've been kind of wanting to do a Sonic game again lately. No, that's fair enough.
The button issue is usually not a problem I have, although there was one time when I was recording Arkham City on PC. And I use a DualShock 4 when I'm doing on PC, using a program called DS4 Windows, because I have just Bluetooth set up on my PC anyway. And there's the point in the game where you have to the point is that it says like hold X to like extract data. So I do, and I keep gliding off the helicopter that I'm holding onto. And I'm like, what's going on with this? Why does this keep happening? It happened like 3 or 4 times before I realised I was pressing X on the PlayStation controller, but it means X on the Xbox controller. So I needed to hold square. Yeah, I have seen that Steam has a setting specifically for Switch controller, which is nice. What up, Chanson?
Oh, I was just saying womp womp because of you being like, oh, I was hitting X on this controller, but it really meant X on Xbox.
Yeah. That's like the only time it's ever happened to me. I use so many different controllers, like my mind just goes into the mindset. Usually fine. But I think the difference with that was that it was using a PS4 controller with Xbox prompts. But even then, like, emulation, usually, how much I do emulation, it's usually fine. I don't know. Like I say, it's like the only time it's ever happened to me. It was kind of funny, though. Alright, Sector 6. We're here for the Varia suit. But yeah, other than like, what is it? Heroes, 06, Unleashed, Colors, Generations, Lost World, Mania, Forces. Other than that, like, I'm not sure what other Sonic games I'm actually planning to do. Because there are others. Sonic Pocket Adventure on the Neo Geo Pocket.
I mean, you could do like, just to make it amusing, do like a Sonic 2.5 marathon where you do all the handhelds.
The issue with that is, like, I don't want to do a lot of the handheld stuff.
Alright, so like 2.25 and be like some of the handhelds minus some of the handhelds.
Like, I don't want to do Rush Adventure. Rush Adventure is really boring. It's kind of my biggest problem with, like, a lot of the stuff. Like, is it bad? Yeah, okay, then we'll run with that. Is it boring? Yeah, I don't want to do it. Alright, how am I feeling about my dexterity today? And that's that.
And it's like, look at me being speedy.
That one's not too bad, like, the next one's a little bit tricky. Those super missiles. And this boss, which is like the only X that requires charge beam rather than missiles. It's like by now you should be used to using the missiles on Core X because beam doesn't hurt it. And then this special Core X comes along and like missiles will not hurt. You have to use the charge beam. There we go. Once you know just how these things turn and what their turning speed is, like you can get through these fights without taking any hits. Part of the reason why I'm never really worried about fighting a Core X anymore is like if it comes down to it and I'm on really low health when we get to the Core X, I can deal with it. Ah, yeah. When you get to Ridley, I'm gonna unload all these missiles in his face.
I'm sure he'll enjoy that.
It's not even real Ridley. It's an X-Parasite copy of a clone.
I don't know why, but my brain just had the thought of like, you know, if you ever tried to explain things like this to somebody who has no idea about Metroid, what would they think?
Pretty standard video game stuff.
It's just video game bullshit.
Not as bad as anime bullshit. My tolerance for anime bullshit has gone right down over the last year or so.
Nah, I feel that.
The problem is, like, a lot more recent Japanese games have a lot of anime bullshit. Yeah, canonically, Ridley's actual death is Super Metroid.
Huh.
And when Samus actually kills him in the Super Metroid, that's it.
That's when he actually died, and then things happened and they were like, you know what, we should clone that guy.
Other M says that they didn't realize it was Ridley they were cloning. Essentially, what happens in Other M, like, Samus gets back to a Galactic Federation base, they clean off Samus's suit, and take, like, a load of the cells that they found on Samus's suit, and just, yeah, fuck it, put in the cloning machine.
Because that makes sense after, like, it's like, where was Samus just at? What other stuff would have been around Samus?
I think the main goal was just to get Metroids out of it. But, like, one of the things they end up cloning is Ridley. I don't like the Ridley design in Other M. Like, not even the seeing Ridley as a baby growing up into an adolescent growing into Ridley. Like, I don't like the final Ridley design. I like the rendition of the Ridley theme, though. It's a good rendition. I always give games props where they deserve it. And with Metroid Other M, like, the Ridley theme is one of the only musical props you can give it. Because the rest of the music's just kind of there. It's just a shame, because usually the series does pretty well with music. Although, with Dread, I felt that was somewhere that game let down. The music.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Like, fantastic game. Music, just like nothing stuck out. It's like, yeah, a lot of atmospheric pieces. Like, that was kind of too atmospheric, if you get what I mean. Too much atmosphere, not enough actual melody or anything. Or just atmospheric noises. And previous Metroid games had proven that you could have atmospheric music that is also melodious. Prime was great with that. That reminds me, I do want to play I Am Setsuna and actually finish it this time. I'm just thinking about like the standard Ice Alien music now. I think we brought it up last time we were here, last time we did this. I Am Setsuna, the world is covered in snow, but it doesn't use like crystal tones, the entire soundtrack is piano.
Yeah. I remember you mentioning that about the piano.
It was honestly the main thing that caught my interest in the game. So I was like, okay, I've seen the stuff about this. Like, I've got plenty of RPGs to do as it is, and a Chrono Trigger callback or something trying to live on the nostalgia of Chrono Trigger, I can take or leave that. I don't honestly care. It's like trying to call back to previous games in ways like that. That's not a selling point. Not when that's what your entire identity is. It's like, you think about the stuff you'd heard about I Am Setsuna, and a lot of it's going to be the Chrono Trigger inspirations, isn't it? It's like, cool, but what identity of its own does this game have? Or is it just trying to be... Is it just trying to live on its Chrono Trigger inspirations? Because if that's the case, I don't care. I already played Chrono Trigger, and this isn't going to be as good at being Chrono Trigger as Chrono Trigger was. So it's like, okay, entire soundtrack is piano piece. Alright, that's interesting. That's an interesting thing. And then, like, actually getting a bit of an idea of the story. It's like, you play as a mercenary who's been sent to kill Setsuna, so that she can't be sacrificed to restore balance to the world or whatever. I'm not sure about the specifics, I didn't play it that far. Like, this is the opening. And you decide not to kill her, for whatever reason. And then she goes on a pilgrimage, like FF10, that kind of thing. And you accompany her with other... We'll call them guardians, for lack of a better word. Because, you know, it's the same idea as FF10. And the only person who isn't upset or annoyed at you for originally being there to kill Setsuna is Setsuna. Everybody else is like, yeah, we don't fucking trust you, because you came here to kill her. I'm like, that's an interesting idea. It's not as though you made a mistake that wasn't your fault or anything and people are unfairly judging you for it. You know, like Secret of Mana or something. It's like, oh no, you pulled out the Mana Sword, now you're banished. Or Wild Arms, of like, oh, you have an arm, and you used it to save us. But because you have an arm, which is a forbidden weapon, it's your fault, get out. Like, these aren't spoilers, these are like first 20 minutes of the game, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, actually having people dislike you, people around you dislike you, for good reasons like that, kind of interesting. And then also learn the motivations of your main character on why they didn't kill Setsuna. Yeah, I mean, now I'll finish it at some point. Well, like I say, the most interesting stuff I've seen about I Am Setsuna was everything except the Chrono Trigger influences.
Emergency in.
And the game that company did after that, it's Tokyo RPG Factory, developed them. The game they did after that, Lost Sphere, that interested me just from the description. I don't remember what it is, but I remember that was why I bought it. I thought we kind of a few things, because like, I have so many games, it's hard to remember a lot of them, unless they really stand out for whatever reason. Because it's a big IP or something, but when it's a smaller thing, or it's a new IP, whatever, from a small studio that didn't get weeks and millions of dollars of marketing, it's easy for it to fade from the mind. And so it's actually kind of a neat thing I experienced with that, of like, yeah, I bought this game, and I bought it for a reason, and I don't remember what that reason is. So I get to go into this game that I bought with no knowledge of what it is, just having to trust my past self on why I bought it.
Yeah, that's something that I feel like I don't get to do as much nowadays because everyone is so... It's hard to avoid spoilers on the internet. Because depending on your circles, you're going to have people that are going to want to rightfully talk about the games. Well, the games that they're playing anyways. Which might happen to be games that you're interested in as well, so it's like really hard to avoid spoilers for stuff. So it is really nice whenever it's like, you look through your collection and you're like, wow, I totally forgot why I bought this. Please don't let me down past self.
I find that's usually not even a case of like, don't let me down past self. Don't let me down premise of the game. You know, somehow I managed to avoid spoilers the FF7 remake entirely. Like, I finished it and got to the end and I was like, fuck, I didn't know that was gonna happen. I had heard nothing about that.
Yep.
That was nice.
I had heard a joke about it, but it was so out of context that I was like, I can't even extrapolate what this could mean. Like, it was like so out of context that I was just like, I can't figure this out. So like when I actually got to the end of FF7R, I was just like, oh, damn. Yeah, I didn't see that coming at all.
Did you actually finish FF7R? I thought you were still on the last chapter.
So, I am still on the last chapter, but I've already seen everything of the last chapter. Because before I got the game, I watched Meg play it. But Meg couldn't play the final chapter because it's a blocked content scene. And this was before she had her capture card. So I went onto YouTube and watched the final chapter so I could talk about it with her.
Well, if you can't provide me with this content for me, I'll find it myself.
And then she ended up gifting me Final Fantasy VII-R for my birthday. So I was just like, yay, now I can play it for myself even though I know everything.
Now I can play it for myself, and then you didn't.
I did everything but the final chapter. I still need to do it.
The issue with spoilers is like it depends on from like person to person, and how some people will react to that. I like to go into stuff often as blind as I can. I like to be surprised. It's why forgetting about why I bought stuff is kind of neat. Why forgetting like specific reasons why I bought a specific game is kind of neat. I've got a bunch of games like that. Lost Sphere, Dark Rose Valkyrie. I don't remember why I bought that.
I don't remember shit about Dark Rose Valkyrie.
I don't know why that's the game that came to mind.
Dark Rose Valkyrie, where the art style is basically just like, oh, hi, Tails characters. It's like, but wait, this isn't a Tails game.
You say that, but to me it's just like, oh, hi, anime.
I guess it's more so just because I recognize the character designer.
See, I kind of had that with Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth. It was like, oh, hi, designer of characters from Shin Megami Tensei Devil Survivor. Who apparently they let go after Devil Survivor 2.
They were like, okay, Devil Survivor 2 was enough anime bullshit, go away.
Well, considering how they've been leaning a lot heavier into anime bullshit, like, if they kept doing that design, that specific style, I'd probably be more into it. Like, if Persona was less generic anime design, and more that, I'd probably be more into it.
I feel like each of the different series, though, like each of the different spin-offs for SMT have their distinct style. That I feel like at this point it would be kind of difficult to change up Persona's style.
You say that, but Persona's style before 3 was Kaneko.
Yeah, but unfortunately 3, 4, and 5 made the series popular. More so 4, and then 3 by extension, and so forth, so on.
Because we're not hooked up to the Switch, like, I can't bring up, like, a full list of stuff that I bought for whatever reason, and I don't remember what the reason was. Like, it's the same thing on PS4, like, I got a lot of stuff that on there as well like that. I think less so on Xbox. Like, a majority of my stuff on Xbox is backwards compatible stuff. I've got other stuff on there, like, stuff from that generation as well. It's not just that I have an Xbox One so I can play Xbox 360 games. I remember Lightning Returns. I bought that because the back of the box got me interested. And I've looked at it since, like in the years since, and I don't know what it was that got me interested in it. Man, that's not a good portrait of Samus because it looks like a waste that's going to go down into like the world ends with you size.
Oh god. I mean, you're not wrong. It's awkward when characters get drawn with like ridiculously thin waists and you're just like, where are your organs?
Well, it's fine.
Though I
The World
guess
Ends With You. Because, like, it's just the style, it's the aesthetic, everybody's drawn like that. The problem is when they put it in 3D in Kingdom Hearts 3D. And then there's just Shiki with her incredibly thin waist.
yeah, and you're just like,
It's like, oh, I know your father, Jack Skellington.
Well, at least it seems with Neo, The World Ends With You, they got a little bit better about the whole, like, super thin waist thing.
I say, it's not even really an issue, it's the aesthetic, everybody's drawn like that. The problem is when they took that aesthetic and put it in a completely different aesthetic, and kept the proportions the same. Like, I didn't even notice it until Kingdom Hearts 3D. Yeah, I've heard some people, like, really praise Lightning Returns. I've heard others, like, really not into it. It's something I'm gonna have to try for myself.
Yeah, I still need to do 13.2 and 13.3. I've heard 13.2 has amazing combat, but...
I heard the big thing, like, that was the thing for years. Like, okay, 13 has the better story, 13.2 has the better gameplay. And, like, going through 13 again last year, doing that on stream, it was like, fuck, how bad is 13.2's story?
It's like, if this is better, good lord.
Yeah. Like, when I was doing 13, like, the combat isn't bad. Paradigm system isn't bad. It's just 13, it feels like it's working against it a lot of the time. Especially towards the end. Like, you hate that combat system by the end because the game's just not playing with it. It feels like the enemies are operating on different rules. So this is actually a trap. Like, you'll use the power bomb there. It's like, oh yeah, you just got the power bomb. You'll use it there, that'll alert the SAX, and that leads to a dead end. So you use the power bomb there, go into the dead end, the SAX is now alerted to you, and it's just shooting the ice beam at you, and you'll die.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get to 13.2 at some point. No idea when, I've got so much shit I want to do. Like, I'd really like to get to Trails in the Sky this year. I want to do that for like forever. Like, you can go back to streams from last year, possibly the year before. I'm talking about how I want to do Trails in the Sky soon.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, here I am, still haven't done it. Yeah, Trails.
Ah, good old Trails. It'll be there for us to constantly say we will eventually play it.
It's like, you got my thing of, like, wanting to do stuff in release order. And so, like, if I'm going to do any of the Trails games, I can't start with Cold Steel. I have to start with Sky. I've actually been hearing recently that Trails in the Sky is a very slow burn, which I was aware of, but apparently it's a slow burn to the point where the entire game is a slow burn, and second chapter is where things get going.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, I bought Trails in the Sky years ago on PSP to play on the Vita. I was first interested in it after hearing about the all the issues getting Trails in the Sky second chapter localized. I think Xseed were doing that, and like the guy in charge almost killed himself over it. Like literally was going to try and kill himself.
Oh god.
Yeah. Because, like, it's so dialogue heavy. There's so much dialogue in it. Well, I ended up becoming interesting because I bought it on PSP and I've still not played it. And this was when the Vita was active. So it's been sat there in my library for a long time. And I got second chapter when that came out. For some reason that file's split into two. You buy it on PSN and the file is split into two. I don't know why.
Huh. Fucking jump physics.
Yeah, I'm really good with Sonic for that. Yeah, Trails has been very hyped up. Possibly like one of the most hyped JRPG series at this point.
I feel like Trails is very hyped up as a series, whereas certain things are hyped up as individual games that have gotten to the point that, like, it's gonna be a struggle when I actually play them.
You got any examples of that, Chad?
Persona 5, honestly, is one of the games that, like, I've heard so many people hype it up that when I play it, I'm gonna be a little bit skeptic. Probably more so than if I had been able to play it at release.
That's reasonable. Honest opinions about Persona 5. The interface is one of the best I've seen in a JRPG. It's menu driven, but like the way they've set the menu is fantastic, and you do it and wish other games would do that. Everything else, like, you know, figure out your own opinion.
It's like, I'm not here to hold your hand, you gotta go figure it out on your own.
Yeah. Like, the interface, the battle interface is fantastic. It's just so convenient. It's simple, it's clean, it's effective. It's fast. There's no screwing around with menus because of it. The main reason with me for Trails, I've heard that Trails in the Sky, the main thing I've heard specifically about any one game is Trails in the Sky. I've heard that it's like a really good traditional JRPG, which I'd be absolutely down for. Honestly, God, a really good traditional JRPG is something you can easily sell me on these days. And Dragon Quest always comes with baggage. And like, yeah, really good. Dragon Quest XI is a really good traditional JRPG. It's like cool how much the usual grinding does it have.
It's one thing that, like, is a bit of a pain when it comes to RPGs, is just like, you finally get to one part and you're like, yes, and then you sit there and you don't know if the next part is going to be bullshit in terms of needing to grind 10 levels to actually get anything accomplished. Which sometimes I'm in the mood to just grind in my games, but other times I'm just like, please, I just want to progress the story. It really is the thing of, like, when you're an adult, it sucks because you have the money to buy all these games you want to play, but do you have the time to actually sit down and play them in the way that you would like to play them?
Yeah. Yeah, Trails in the Sky is like fantastic traditional JRPG. The series as a whole, the main thing I've heard that sells me on it, and thus the only thing I've held on to as a reason to play it, is that it's a big interconnected world. It's interconnected between games. Like, you do Trails in the Sky, and then you go and do Cold Steel, and characters from Trails in the Sky are going to come along at points, and it's going to matter. It's set like a couple of years ahead or so, but still in the same world, and the connections matter. And they're not necessary, but they enhance the experience, that kind of thing. And it's like, you know what? I'm absolutely down for that idea in video game form. Yep, that spider was space jumping, Teak. That's Yakuza. Hey, the bitch. Ah. So, like, of all the points of Metroid Fusion, this is always the one that's a little bit antsy for me. Mostly because those fuckers, the flying things there, they do so much damage if they touch you, and they are aggressive, and they take a lot to put down with the wide beam. Like, we get the next beam upgrade, and we'll be fine. The plasma beam cuts through them. But with the wide beam, before we get the plasma beam, it's just a pain. Super Metroid kind of does something similar before you get the plasma beam, but I think what that does is introduces space pirates that you just can't kill until you get the plasma beam. And then you get the plasma beam, it's like, oh great, I can kill them now. I love just being able to unload missiles like crazy on bosses. Prime tries to change it so, like, you have to have like a reload animation between missile shots. Like, one thing that's really easy to do, and you can do it in the trilogy version as well, is you shoot a missile, then push the button for the regular shot, and then shoot a missile again, and you can rapid fire missiles like that because it cancels the actual reload animation. So you can spam missiles way faster than you're supposed to that way. Great, love it. 10 out of 10 will shoot missiles in Ridley's face again. Yeah, Prime has a big thing of you either use super missiles or power beam. Or specific beams. That's not a good thing to say, Teak, while you're hip deep in Prime 2. You've not even dealt with... Have you dealt with Chaika yet? I know everybody hates Chaika. It's like a 4-phase fucking boss. That thing takes like hours. It doesn't take hours, it takes like 45 minutes maybe on your first try. Is like Chaika is absolutely a pain in the ass. It's like 3 or 4 phases. It's such a long fight. And it's done in the Dark World without any light beacons. CHYYKA. You fight it as a larva and then it evolves into its adult form. Is it only 2? Only 2 phases? I don't know. Like, it's just a pain. It's not even that it's difficult, it just takes fucking ages. The nightmare. It might be, Tig. It's been a while since I've done Prime 2. It's the last boss you face in the bog. In the swamp area. You face it before you get to the energy transfer. God damn it. Does it? I thought it didn't. Probably didn't. I think no. Has it been too long since I've done Prime 2? Alright, one last shot. There we go.
Nice.
Probably didn't save any time with how long it took me to do it, but it's a great sequel. Yeah, I think Chaika is probably the worst Prime 2 gets with its bosses. That said, I hate the Emperor in fight. Sky Sanctuary... Sky Sanctuary? Sanctuary has, another Dark Samus fight that's kind of neat.
You're saying Sky Sanctuary, and all I could think of was just Sonic 3. I think it was Sonic 3.
It's Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Still thought it was better than Grapple Beam. Yeah, I think Grapple Guardian is considered like one of the worst. Like I say, it's been a while since I've done Prime 2. I do Prime 2 when I'm in the mood to do Prime, but I feel like I've done Prime 2 recently. So I think Nightmare is probably like the last area where like death is a possibility. If its RNG is bad, like it can ruin the run. The issue with Nightmare is that it'll just do that. And now we have to try and get him in a good position, so when he comes back at us, we can actually still hit him in the face here. And that's the Nightmare fight. I'd be interested. I'd be interested in seeing like a no damage Nightmare fight if I didn't know for a fact that it'd be boring as shit. There we go. Yeah, might do a Prime 2 playthrough after Teek's done with his.
Chrono is like, oh, one of my friends finished a game, I gotta go show how I can do it better.
No, I've been kind of in the mood to do Prime 2 anyway. I did Prime not long ago on stream.
I'm just fucking with you, Chrono.
Like, I don't want to do Prime again. But the main reason I'm not doing Prime 2 at the minute is Teek's never done Prime 2 before. So it's like, the same thing with you in Skies of Arcadia. I don't want to have to give you the choice of either not watching or having stuff spoiled for you. And like, it's the same thing with Teek. I wouldn't want to do that.
Sounds like I should really get back to finishing Skies of Arcadia, huh?
At this point, I've just given up on you doing Skies of Arcadia.
Honestly, I would have finished Skies of Arcadia by now, but 2021, what the fuck was that year? It kind of just turned into a thing of like, you know what, I need to do a hard reset on my stream schedule because what the fuck is life?
Honestly, I want to see if I'm bringing back Superhero Fridays.
That'd be fun.
I like superhero games. Yeah, I think the concept is decent enough, but it's about like actually setting that time aside on Fridays regularly.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue. Suddenly yawning, I apologize. That's the biggest issue for me, is just trying to get time set aside to get stuff to be able to do stream.
I'm not starting with Atari Spider-Man. I've said before, like, the Spider-Man games I'm gonna do are all gonna be 3D. I'm not starting with Atari Spider-Man. And I'm definitely not doing NES Spider-Man. Fuck off. Absolutely not doing NES Spider-Man. It's really the thing. You know, I actually found a ROM hack of that earlier today that improves it. I don't remember what the specific things were, but like, it's supposed to improve Arcade Revenge. Because I've played it and it's terrible. Well, that's kind of the issue with like a lot of the Spider-Man games, and why I'm like, yeah, I'll do 3D Spider-Man games, because like before Spider-Man on PlayStation, I don't think there was actually a really good Spider-Man game. Like Batman had some pretty good games that were 2D. The NES Batman game. Return of the Joker's not bad. Batman Returns on Super Nintendo I know is decent. I'm not sure about any of the other Batman Returns versions. The Adventures of Batman and Robin on Super Nintendo is pretty good. I know people swear by the Mega Drive version of that as well.
Well, maybe you're in the fish's way. I mean, you're the one underwater.
I was there first.
I kind of doubt that.
They literally spawned in after I got there.
Well, let me ask you, what is Samus's natural habitat?
What is the X-Parasite's natural habitat?
Well, obviously water, because that's where they are. Oh, hey, there were crabs. I was gonna say, you were attacking my brethren in that room.
That's right. I went back there just to kill them.
How dare you? Chrono is determined to kill me in every game possible.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. X-Parasite habitat is wherever it demo please. See, I know people like Maximum Carnage. I've always had the issue with beat 'em ups. I mentioned this earlier in this stream. And Maximum Carnage is a single-player beat 'em up. Like, that's an issue. You know, I'll say, this will look cool. There we go.
Meanwhile, Samus is just like, I gotta go, my planet needs me.
It's a good point, see, because, like, nobody works alone in Maximum Carnage in the comic book storyline. Spidey teams up with Venom, Cloak and Dagger are there, Captain America's there, Black Cat's there, Carnage is working with Shriek and Demo Goblin and Doppelganger. Like, yeah, nobody's working alone. So it's weird that the game's single player. But yeah, what was it? Adventures of Batman and Robin. If anything, like, Batman had a way better track record in 2D than he did in 3D. And that still kind of holds up today. Like, yeah, there's the Arkham games. But even with the Arkham games, like, whatever other 3D Batman games you've got add up to less decent games than the 2D ones. Like, I like Batman Vengeance. It's got problems, but I think it's decent. The Batman Begins game's fun enough. I'd be down for doing that on stream at some point. And then it's the Arkham games. Rise of Sin Tzu's kinda shit. Like, what other 3D Batman games are there? Oh, stream disconnected. You still there, Chance? I'm gonna pause it here. Keep the timer intact. Go into the navigation room. There we go. Timer doesn't run while this is happening. Alright, There we go, that seems to be better. Let's go on with chance. Yeah, chance.
Here.
There we go. My stream disconnected. It said RTC disconnected on Discord. I was like, oh shit, what am I gonna do so I can keep my timer? Yeah, I didn't want to pause the game on RetroArch, but I remembered, oh, timer doesn't run while we're in the navigation room on these screens.
Oh, well, at least there's that. Alright. There we go. Hey, we back.
Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, like 3D Batman games, aside from the Arkham games, like there's maybe 2 decent 3D Batman games, and they both come with asterisks. Batman Vengeance, which has problems, and Batman Begins, the video game. Before that, like, 3D Batman games, there's Batman and Robin, which is like one of the worst. I feel like I showed that off on stream, but if I didn't, we might have to take a look at it before we go. And Batman Beyond, Return of the Joker. Which is tragically the only Batman Beyond game. I suppose there's also Gotham City Racer, which is really bad. Which we can probably take a look at as well.
So about how much do you think you have left in Metroid Fusion?
"20 minutes, if that."
Huh. Wow.
We're on our way to get the Wave Beam, and then it's just a screw attack, and then heading to the final boss.
Oh, nice.
Main question is, how long is this next boss gonna take? It's like, this is a pain in the ass boss, especially if you want to try and do it quickly. If you try to do it quickly, you get very risky. You try to do it safely, it can be very slow.
Gotta love bosses like that.
Part of it is like the water's electrifying. And it's this thing again, you can only hit it at specific angles.
And you have to be able to have the words are hard. You need to be able to have enough distance so that you can also deflect those bullets too. Or those missiles. I guess they're not so much bullets.
Doing this faster than normal though, like this. Getting lucky with the space and the shots. Almost there. this thing should be done by now. So the way I normally handle it is you go right to the left of this ladder. And you're in the exact spot where you can aim downward and shoot the missiles into its brain. There we go.
Hey, you beat him.
That is the only B-mechs that we have to fight legitimately like that. All the other ones can be cheesed by putting a platform between you and them.
No entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization. Warning, no entry without authorization.
That dude keeps walking in front of a bullet.
I don't know if that was from when we were doing The World Is Not Enough for a bit. I remember there was the issue we had with that one guy. It's like, oh, he had a gun, so I shot him. The mission was failed, I killed a civilian. So we did the mission again, and it's like, okay, I don't shoot that guy, even though he has a gun. He turns around and starts shooting me, and then I can shoot him. It's like, okay, he wasn't a civilian then?
I think that was shortly after I met you.
Might have been a while
based
after
off
that,
the date. It says September 20th, 2020.
Yeah, I think like you joined us in like June or July.
I think it was July.
Fire alert. This sector will soon be locked down. 60 seconds to isolation lockdown.
That's the longest that's taken me in a while. Kept getting caught in that top Metroid. To answer your question, man, no, that's just a regular brain. A bioorganic robot being controlled by a brain that's specifically made for it. What they did in Other M is they cloned Mother Brain, or they made an AI based on Mother Brain's brain patterns, and then put it in an android body. This, of course, was a bad idea. Alright. One more upgrade and then we're on the home stretch. Here's hoping for that sub 120. Extra energy tank. That means I can just tank some more damage while shooting Ridley in the face. Always a bonus. There's that out for later. So what we have here, these things, the this next door won't open unless you kill them and let them transform into their next form, and then kill 2 of these gold space pirates. The trick with gold space pirates is you can only shoot them in the back.
Oof. I do not like enemies like that. Because they tend to, of course, hide their back very obviously, but it causes it to be a huge pain.
There's actually a quirk in the programming, though, where it's actually just about you facing the same direction as them.
Huh.
So as you saw there, I didn't hit either of them in the back. I shoot at them and then turn around before the beam hits them. And that counts. Alright. I advise anybody who's listening with headphones to take them off for a second. Can eat it.
Now you have me curious. I'm guessing you're already past the part that needed to have the headphones removed, though.
Oh no, Ridley's still screaming.
Oh.
Like, Ridley's scream is so goddamn loud.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Well, I hear what you're talking about now.
Close. Oh.
Oh no.
That is the first
Oh, no.
time I have lost to Ridley in a long time.
Damn. Question is, where did you save?
Ship again.
Huh?
The ship. It's the only place I do a safety save in the game. When we actually have to stop at a save point.
That's a little bit ago, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, what are we gonna do now?
Now we're going to do all of Link to the Past.
You sure about that?
Yes. What is it? Take a look at Batman and Robin on the PlayStation.
Okay. I'm just sitting here like, oh no.
If we're gonna do all of Link to the Past, I'll have to get another drink. I don't have Batman. I don't have any of the Batman games on here. That's the second time I've gone and screwed up on Metroid Fusion on stream. And like, I've done it again since the last time we streamed it. I posted the results in the Discord. Crazy shit. Crazy shit. Awesome, bilinear filtering's off. Let's continue from whenever this is. What do I have? You know what? I think I remember. We did this last time.
I think we did.
Yeah, you remember we were
Were
doing
we
it?
just like doing everything we did last time?
Well, you remember like Moldorm was just giving me shit, so I was like, "Fuck you, Moldorm."
Yeah.
Did I save this? I did. I don't have to climb the tower again.
Yay!
Favorite thing about the Redux patch? Let's be turn with the Pegasus boots. Best trick for dealing with Moldorm: try and catch his tail with a spin attack. It does extra damage. Or it's supposed to, at least. The rest of the stream is going to be a mess, isn't it?
Hopefully not.
This is the rest of the stream now.
It's like, look at me. I am your captain now. Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. That's all we have.
Thanks, Teak. Your support's always appreciated.
Teak believes in you, Chrono.
No, he doesn't.
I'm sure he does. That's what his comment meant, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think now. Have I actually done this on Switch? Oh, you bitch.
Oh.
Almost
Oh, that's painful.
This is the problem with Moldorm. Like, sometimes you'll go through it and you'll take no hits, and you won't be anywhere near the edge. You'll just do it fine. Perfect. And then other times, you'll just keep getting knocked off.
Oh, never mind. I was like, why don't you just reload from where you were previously? And I was like, oh wait, I know where this is going. At least they have that nice little, like, fall area that you can just warp back to as well. I'm also kind of getting flashbacks to Manhandla from, Oracle of Seasons right now.
I can't believe we ever brought Manhandla back.
It's like, took me 3 fucking streams to be able to beat that guy.
I know, I was there. I was like,
I know you were there. You were like,
there.
You were. That's what I was about to say. You were the only person showing up every single stream to show support of my extreme frustration at that boss. Oh. Oh. At least you have a fairy.
Always have fairies. Yes! Yeah! Eat it, you bitch!
Finally defeated him.
Yeah, like, they brought Manhandla back in Hyrule Warriors for some goddamn reason.
Yeah, I remember that.
I honestly hate dealing with the boss monsters in Hyrule Warriors. Such a waste of time. It's like, it's all about hitting the weak points over and over. And Manhandla in particular feels really janky sometimes. It's been long enough since I last properly played Hyrule Warriors that I'm not entirely sure what Manhandla's weakness was. Boomerang, maybe? I think it was Boomerang.
Yeah, it's Boomerang.
No. Puppet Ganon in Wind Waker has, like, the big form.
Mm-hmm.
It has a spider form, which is more akin to Goma, and it has a caterpillar form more akin to Moldorm.
manhandle as the three-headed running everywhere boss.
Four-headed in Arrow Warriors. So yeah, Puppet Ganon is Ganon, Moldorm, Gum. No, that's Moldorm. I like that they always bring this theme back for pulling the Master Sword out. Back when I did commentary on this game...
Oh no, that was Moldorm.
You know I just said that, right?
Shit.
Back
for some reason, the audio cut on my side for a second, and I didn't hear you say that.
Back when I did commentary on this game, back when I was doing commentaries, there was one particular boss. I think it was the Helmasaur King. I couldn't remember the name of it, and I said like I'd add it in post, like what the name was. I ended up adding names for all the bosses and subtitles for them in Ocarina of Time style.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I don't remember what the subtitles were, but like I made ones to match up with like Ocarina of Time. I was pretty happy with that. It was a neat thing. Like the Armos Knights were Armored Guardians, Armos Knights.
Huh.
I don't remember what Moldorm was. I don't remember what most of them were. Like that stuff's gone now.
So say Moldorm would be cheeky snake bastard.
That dick, Moldorm. I like that Twilight Princess brought the boss names back. But like every boss is Twilight something. I find that kind of boring. Breath of the Wild has a similar issue. Everything's like Blight.
Yeah.
Everything's Blight Ganon.
Ganon Blight. No, you got Fire Blight, Thunder Blight, Wind Blight, and Water Blight. That sounds right.
Breath of the Wild 2, Electric Boogaloo has a more interesting boss variety.
I'm hoping it does.
A more interesting dungeon variety.
I'm also hoping it does.
I'm hoping it has variety.
I mean, I enjoyed Breath of the Wild for what it was, but I do miss some of the older stuff.
Like, Breath of the Wild was a decent enough game, but like when you're done with it, it really feels like the skeleton of a game. An idea that needs to be refined. Like, exploring the world and everything's fine, and the shrines were a supplement to regular dungeons, that'd be fine. But, like, the fact that the shrines are the dungeons, with the exception of the Divine Beasts, which are just still samey. And also the replacement for your heart pieces. Like, Breath of the Wild is at its best when you just roam in the world. Everything else is pretty weak.
That's a fair way of viewing Breath of the Wild.
The problem is, like, as you play it, you really begin to realize that there's not a whole lot in the world. Like, it's cool to roam and everything, but there's not a whole lot there. I wish they'd done more, like, interesting event-style shrines. Like, Eventide Island and the Forest of Darkness, they were really cool.
Yeah, I do really like that shrine. Getting through, the Lost Woods was kind of interesting. Of course, once you figure out what you're supposed to do, it's not as interesting. But I mean, it's still a nice way of changing things up.
Yeah, the physics ideas, the way Breath of the Wild is open to experimentation is really nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame that Nintendo patched a bunch of it out. But yeah, I don't know, you're not supposed to be able to fly. But it's like, oh, you know, people figured out that you could if you stood on top of a metal object on top of a metal object.
I actually managed to pull that off at one point, and I felt so proud of myself, and then I immediately fell into lava.
Like, Nintendo should have left that. It's always disappointing when you get stuff like that, and then companies will patch it out. It's like all the various exploits that were patched out of Metroid Prime in later releases.
Mm.
Right, that disappoints me. Yeah, getting good at the combat it's really rewarding. Probably the most rewarding Zelda combat's ever been.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's be fair, 3D Zelda combat has never been great. It's been serviceable. Ocarina of Time was fine. It was serviceable. It never really got better than that. They tried adding stuff, like Wind Waker had the counters, and Twilight Princess had like the specific moves you could do. And like, yeah, they were fine, but they never really added anything. And then Skyward Sword tried to make the combat a puzzle in itself, and that was a bad idea. Yeah, timing's wrong on this. Surprise, he's not done the blue balls attack. There it is.
I was like, you say that, and then suddenly it's just like, oh look, there they are.
I knew he was going to do it as soon as I said it. Oh, shit.
Chrono, what did you just do?
I didn't get the Moon Pearl in the Tower of Hera. Oh, jeez.
This is, I can just imagine being like, why is there a pink bunny on top of my pyramid?
No, it's
Well,
not a soft
You see, sir. It's like, you see, sir, that's Link. It's like, what?
Yeah, I've never actually seen this bit before because I've never actually gotten here without the Moon Pearl. Oof. This is the fastest way.
Oof.
Man, this is only like a 2-minute diversion.
It's like, it's good, we're good.
It's just a little wet. It's still good. It's still good. It's just a little airborne. It's still good. It's still good.
For a second, I was just like, is it not gonna let you?
But, yeah. You get the magic mirror from the old man that you meet on the way to the mountain. As far as I'm aware, unless you glitch the game, there's no way to get here without it. I have the flippers. No. Alright. Don't need them yet, but I want to get them before Swamp Palace. Get them after Palace of Darkness. The kind of lateral thinking that's required in Link to the Past randomizer. While I'm here, I can get more fairies as well. I think there was, I think there's a place you can get fairies in the Palace of Darkness.
Yeah, there is a place you can get it in Palace of Darkness.
Yeah. Awesome. Step on the star. Careful. Drop into this hole from the top. There you go, got the moon pearl.
Hey! It's like, well, that's nice. Now let's leave.
So we start from my house, and like that lets us get to the nearest Dark World portal a lot quicker, which is just here. So after you fight Aghanim for the first time, the gate to the Hyrule Castle becomes portal to the Dark World. I don't have the flippers yet, fuck. You know what, we're going to get the flippers right now. Mostly because there's something else I can do while we're there.
Does it involve meeting Ariel?
Nope. It involves magic mushrooms. The best kind of mushrooms. I don't know what the specific requirements for that are, but like, we'll come back and it'll be fine. Tell you, when you've played this game so many times, just being able to turn with the Pegasus boots is fantastic. They actually added that in an official release. You ever see any of the Teleview Zelda stuff?
I have not seen them, but I've heard about them.
There were 2 Satellaview Zelda games. I think 3, actually. A remake of the original Zelda. I think the 3rd quest of the original Zelda was a separate thing. And then, like, a sequel to A Link to the Past, set in this Hyrule. What a bunch of stuff. You get 2 hours to play the game and go through the stuff, and, like, events happen at specific times. And there's 4 parts to it. It's kind of interesting. I should probably do it on stream at some point, because I only ever did the first part. But they added the ability to turn while using the Pegasus boots in that.
Huh.
Oh, would you look at that? Clem's back.
Hey, Clem. I hope you had fun.
I didn't know about this for
Welcome
years.
back. How is the real world, Clem? I like how your bot just keeps quoting stuff from Sonic today.
Yeah, I knew you could get a red boomerang. It was on the back of the box. I had no idea how to get it. Like, I didn't know about this until, like, a few years ago. Also, if you throw a shield in here, you get the 2nd level shield without having to buy it.
Oh, wow, nice.
And, like, those are the only 2 things you can do. I never use green potions in this game. Zelda's all like, oh, but Chrono, you should use green potions, and the Ice Palace are like, fuck off. Yeah, I've done that, Teak, and... damn it. I've thrown every item in there to see if anything will happen, and all you get is the magic boomerang and the level 2 shield. Same as with the Fat Fairy, I've thrown every item in there to see what happens, and all you get are the silver arrows and the golden sword. Hey, it's Phazon! How you doing, Phazon?
Hello, Phazon.
Got magic powder. Yeah, basically. I used to have a little trouble in the Ice Palace because Cold Stare, the boss of the Ice Palace, its first form requires you to use magic to break it out of the ice. And if you don't, then you can't do anything. Get a 3rd bottle. For anybody wondering, we're actually playing a ROM hack of A Link to the Past called A Link to the Past Redux that adds a bunch of quality of life features and shit. It also recalls Link's hair to blonde for some reason. I don't know why. Like, that's why the magic meter is horizontal.
Ah. You know, my brain, like, didn't even realize these things were different. It just rolled with it. It's just like, yeah, everything's there. Didn't really register that they were in different places or slightly different colors.
No, I've messed around with the Link to the Past randomizer. I've never done Link to the Past Super Metroid 1, because I don't know Super Metroid well enough. I have not, Clem. What I saw of it didn't really interest me. I'll probably pick it up at some point and it'll sit on my shelf like Final Fantasy Type 0 has done for years. Fuck off. It was straight up bad. That's fair. And that's all I get the magic powder for. I have 2 spaces. There it is. God damn it. Let me see. I've played Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I've put like 80 hours into it. I was really not into Origins, because like they're both the same gameplay style. I was not into Origins, it bored the fuck out of me. I didn't like the main character. I felt like he was an idiot. An angry idiot. The worst kind of idiot. I actively compared it to Assassin's Creed 2 at the time. Of like, oh, how to make me care about a protagonist. And like, Assassin's Creed 2 does it so well and Origins does it so poorly. But I did Odyssey. Played it as Cassandra, did all of it. This will be quicker. Yeah, I've put like 80 hours or so into Odyssey, and I'm kind of done with it now. It's not fully finished, but it's another one of those games of like, you don't finish it, you just get bored of it. And to its credit, it got 80 hours out of me. Yeah.
I mean, if it can get 80 hours out of you, then I feel like it earned its money.
Yeah.
Even if you didn't beat the game.
I didn't pay full price for it.
I mean, even still then.
This. This is another case of like, I know what I'm doing, I need to stop questioning myself. Because when I start thinking about what I'm doing is when things go wrong. Yeah, Origins was just not at all entertaining to me. I found it really boring. And having done Odyssey and enjoyed it, there's the thing with... I didn't get into Elder Scrolls until Skyrim. And having done Skyrim, at some point, I got into Fallout 3 after it. And at some point, I do want to give Oblivion another shot. Having got into Skyrim. With the Assassin's Creed games, I don't want to do Valhalla or Origins after doing Odyssey. Because what kept me going with Odyssey was the setting, ancient Greece. I do not care anywhere near as much about ancient Egypt or like Dark Ages England. And I don't think the gameplay was engaging enough to get me into it for that. Because if it was, I'd still be playing Odyssey. Like, that combat's just kind of... What's a good word for it? Kind of wank. It's dull, it's repetitive. And all the game does to raise the stakes is make enemy health bars longer. Funky's a good way of putting it. And the leveling system is so goddamn unnecessary. It's like, yeah, great, you can do more damage now, and you've got better weapons to do more damage with, but the enemy has better armor now, and more health. Cool. What was the point then? And there's the thing of... Wait, where the fuck's the chest? Where is the chest in this dungeon? I already got it, what the fuck am I thinking of? God damn it. I'm like, where's the chest? I need to get the hammer to deal with those things. It's like, yeah, I already got it. Jeez. Oh, what was I saying? Assassin's Creed Odyssey combat. Yeah, it's just meh. And the leveling system, just drawing things out. The whole thing of it not being clear if an assassination is going to actually kill an enemy, or whether it'll not. Whether it'll do... When it says that the assassination is going to kill an enemy, they call it a critical strike. Or like a hidden strike or whatever. So you gotta do that. But sometimes you'll do enough damage to actually kill the enemy. It's like, great, I would have liked to have been able to be aware of that. Why doesn't an assassination just kill people anymore? And the main joy I was having with the combat of kicking people off of high places is like, okay, bounty hunters are coming after me, and there's like 3 of them. Alright, I'll climb up onto this rooftop, make sure they can all get up there, and I'll kick them off. Repeatedly until they're dead. And then the game just starts making it so that they don't get moved when you kick them. It's like, oh cool, I was having fun Assassin's Creed, thanks for taking that away from me. Honestly, the real kicker for me was the mercenaries thing. It's like, okay, there are mercenaries in the game. The bounty hunters and shit. And you're also a mercenary. And they're listed in like, terms of strength and stuff. So one of your long-term goals is probably to become the best mercenary. It's like, you make your way through it and kill the top mercenary eventually, who's level 50, which was the original cap. And you kill the top mercenary, and it's like, great. Now maybe no more mercenaries will come after me, or the ones that do will be weaker. No, they start throwing level 51 mercenaries at you. It's like, I'm sorry, I thought I killed the toughest mercenary in Greece. The best mercenary. No. There's just more mercenaries here. And like that combined with the equipment and leveling issues of like, you never feel like you're getting stronger because everything else gets stronger in conjunction with you. So any strength you gain is negated by them making enemies stronger. So it's like, okay, most of us play RPGs. What's the purpose of grinding an RPG?
Well, to be able to overcome the next boss, so that you can actually progress the story.
Now imagine that boss level scales with you. That is every single fucking enemy in Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Don't like that.
Like I say, the only way they make combat more intense is the health bars get longer.
It's really frustrating as well. It's like, do something other than just make the health bars longer.
And if the combat was engaging, that could be fine, but it's not. I've always used the hammer for this. It's not just spikes, Clem. No, there are any hazards that are in a boss room will not harm you after the boss is dead. Vitreous, the boss of the Swamp Palace. The slime in there hurts you if you step in it, but the crystal drops in there after the boss is dead. There's the slime in the Vitreous fights. Mothula has the spikes around the edge. Yes, the eyeball monster. You know what? No, that's not the Swamp Palace, that's Misery Maya. The Swamp Palace is Argus. I'm trying to think, because like the design reappears in later Zelda games, because like the idea appears in Majora's Mask, and they call the monster Wart there. I can name the monsters. Bosses in this game: Armos Knights, Lanmolus, Moldorm, Arganim, Helmasaur King, Argus, Mothula, Blind, this is Ice Palace Cold Stare, Vitreous, Trinex, Arganim, Ganon. Let's go get the flute. I have no idea how much longer we're going, honestly.
Yeah. Curious how long you were gonna make it, Chrono.
How long am I gonna keep you here?
How long will I be stuck in the stream?
That's actually a point. One of the other things this Redux patch does is renames the flute to the ocarina, because it's an ocarina.
It is an ocarina. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I guess there are two eyeball monsters. The one in Swamp Palace is just kind of floating, and it has the balls around it. The one in Misery Maya is submerged in slime, then it comes out of slime to shoot lightning at you. And when you kill all the smaller eyes, it bounces at you. And it's just really easy to deal with. Oh, I do have a spare bottle. Yeah, because, like, you know what's a really good way to deal damage to, Mothula? Let loose a bee.
Yep. I was trying to remember. I was like, why am I thinking of the net? And I'm like, bees.
It spawned bees twice there. No, it won't do it now that I'm ready to get one. There we go.
It's like, bees, I'm here. Hooray.
Oh yeah, we can't get in this way.
Rip.
We go around to the other entrance. So there are actually two kinds of bees in this game. There's the regular and there's the golden.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly can't visually tell the golden apart from the regular. I don't know the sprite well enough to tell them apart at a glance. Oh, that reminds me, I picked up, because, like, we talked about Link to the Past Redux, we took a look at Ocarina of Time Redux before, earlier today, and, I streamed Majora's Mask Redux in the past. I picked up a fresh ROM hack today, Link's Awakening Redux.
Oh. What's in the Link's Awakening Redux?
I don't remember.
You're like, I got this today. I don't remember.
I got like 35 ROM hacks today. I don't remember what most of them were. That's not me exaggerating either. I think I might have actually got more than 35. I haven't put any of them on here. We hit 200 followers before March.
Oh, how many followers do you have to get by tomorrow? By the end of
19.
tomorrow? Ah, damn. Shit.
Looks like we're not doing the Caligula effect.
That's unfortunate.
I didn't figure out like what the next one will be then. Tokyo Mirage sessions maybe? I don't know. But that'll just put us down to 180 and then 181 again, Clem. Making 17 more accounts. Okay. Bombs. Bombs are what I need. Oh, that reminds me, Teak, talking about the SA1 hacks. At some point recently, I don't remember specifically when. Oh, that was, it was Friday when I was doing Mega Man, wasn't it? Mega Man X. I actually saw an SA1 hack for Mega Man X today. Like, the purpose specifically is to eliminate the slowdown. I picked up 3 of those hacks today. Mega Man X, Contra 3, and Gradius 3. If anybody's wondering, like, the SA1, it's a co-processor chip for Super Nintendo. A bunch of games made use of it. It essentially tripled the processing power of the Super Nintendo. And it's actually, design-wise, similar enough to the standard Super Nintendo processor chip that with a little bit of tweaking, you can just make games... You can make the system think that games that don't have it do have it. And so, like, some people have been patching games with slowdown to use it, so there isn't any slowdown in them. Kinda neat. Yeah, I guess I'll also rescue him. The problem that you have with the Dark World is, like, everything does so much damage. But you don't get the armor upgrade until the 5th dungeon of the Dark World, Ice Palace. Which is especially awkward in the standard run, because I usually do, in terms of Dark World, because they list them in number order 1 through 7, for the crystals. Dark World, I do 1... 1, 4, 2, 3, 6, 5, 7. So I do Palace of Darkness to open up Dark World, and I do these towns so I can get the golden glove, golden gauntlet. Titan's Bit, I think it is. Yeah. Which allows me to get the Tempered Sword, so I'm doing more damage as early as possible. Then I'll just go and do 2 and 3. And then I'll do Dungeon 6 before 5, because that gets me the Cane of Samaria and lets me get around the bullshit puzzle in Ice Palace. However, that puzzle, which is notorious enough that in the Game Boy Advance version, Nintendo changed it. The Redux patch also changes that. Ah, shit. Fuck. That's me getting the beat too early.
Oh, shit. Damn.
Yeah, I had one more hit as well. Because blind is 9 hits. I say everything just does so much fucking damage in this place. That's like 2 hearts of damage right there. Bearing in mind you can't see most of this.
So say, this is the dungeon that says, get good? Or is this the dungeon that is just like, wow, cheap shots?
Well, considering you can't see a bunch of the stuff in that opening area, what you tell me.
I mainly just remember young me being frustrated with this dungeon.
I usually don't have a whole lot of trouble with it. But it's been a while since I actually went and got a B. I'm usually here with like 3 fairies. How early you can get like a bunch of bottles? You can have 2 bottles before you do the before you get to the first dungeon. So I play A Link to the Past very aggressively as a result. Because it's like, oh hey, 2 bottles, you can get 2 fairies in the first dungeon. Guaranteed. Alright, let's do this. I actually do like blind as a boss fight. It feels very kind of bullet hell.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the Redux patch swaps that Ice Palace puzzle with the GBA version. Which means you can do Dungeon 5 before Dungeon 6 and not have to worry about dealing with it. Wait for it. A little more caution that time. There you go, 9 hits. There's 9 hits with the Master Sword though. Like, as soon as you get the Titans bit, you could just leave, go and get the Tempered Sword, and I don't know how many hits that would be. Yeah, well, that's another Link to the Past. Let me save that.
We'll come back to it next time we do retro.
Maybe. Maybe it'll just sit there in my pile of save states. There's Live, which I was going to get to, but now Square's redoing it, and it's like, should I wait for it? What do we end on? It's been going for over 5 hours now. Yeah, I probably will end up doing the original Live, even after the remake comes out.
Just hold the joystick to the left or the right, and then just like close your eyes and just hit A or X or whatever.
You realize we actually have a random button?
Oh. Yeah, just hit random. Let's see what happens.
NES hacks. That's risky, because like most of the NES hacks I've seen usually porn. Oh, there's East.
How about we don't do that one then?
Wasn't where East was on in NES. Yeah, when I was younger, like my first experience into emulation, we had a disc for the original Xbox that just had a shitload of emulators and ROMs on it, which was kind of neat. Like, a lot of the ROMs for NES were like weird porn hacks.
That's really weird.
Yeah. Genesis. King of the Monsters 2. That looks like a fighting game. Super Mario World on the Genesis. I've seen that before. Absolutely not. Oh, Marble Madness. I just feel like Marble Madness should be more fun than it is.
I remember enjoying Marble Madness.
Mega Man The Wily Wars.
Not sure if should be concerned or not.
What, for the Wily Wars? No, Wily Wars is an official thing.
Oh, okay. I'm not as keen on Mega Man stuff.
Capcom basically remade Mega Man's 1 through 3 for the Mega Drive.
Oh.
It's got bilinear filter on it. It's a neat idea, but the implementation of it isn't great. I knew it was stretched. Why is it stretched? That's like just chewing gum. I feel like I might have heard of that clip. So this is technically canon to Mega Man. The plot is Dr. Wily goes back in time to the original 3 games to essentially redo them so he can defeat Mega Man. But all that happens is you just redo Mega Man's 1 through 3.
Huh. Sounds like an interesting way to sell you games that you've already bought.
You couldn't buy this in the US. It was only available in the US on the Sega channel. Which is why when you find a ROM of this, it's the European ROM.
Interesting.
Which is why the music's also slower. Let's try this one. It says Rockman Mega World, which would be the Japanese version. But it also said it was in Portuguese. Is it frozen? Alright. I'm pretty sure I actually have my own ROM of Rockman Mega World on here somewhere. There you go. Yeah, there are people who've taken the English translation that's on Mega Man The Wily Wars, the European version, and they've put it on Rockman Mega World. So you have a 60Hz version of it. That sounds like some bullshit, Clem. don't know why the screen's thinner there than it was before. I've got green bars there on top of the black.
Weird.
And like, this title screen's thinner than it was before. It's fucking weird. But yeah, the music's actually the proper speed now. One of the main issues with this, I didn't want to do cut, man. God damn it. One of the main issues with this is that visually and musically, it's just not great. You're not getting this brilliant 16-bit remake of Mega Man's 1 through 3. And musically, like, the music is great, especially in Mega Man 1. Absolutely hate in the tools. Right, here we go. God damn it. I'm sat here thinking, like, most people get the magnet beam to avoid dealing with this. It's like, no, they fucking don't. You have to beat Gutsman before you can get the magnet beam. Alright. Like, this rendition of Gutsman's theme is not good.
If it's not good, I guess I'm glad to not be able to hear it.
You ever heard of Genesis Twang? Why is that platform so far away? It shouldn't be that far away.
I haven't.
Alright. Let's go into Mega Man 3. Because there is one thing I want to point out that is actually really dumb about this. They made Mega Man's sprite bigger. A little bit bigger. And nobody else's. And most of the time, it's not a big deal. Clem, what's the fastest way to break, man? I know there's one stage where he appears very early on, and I can't remember which one it is. Hard, man? Alright. Don't turn around and tell me Gemini Man now, Clint. Like, some of the, some of the musical renditions in Mega Man's 2 and 3 aren't bad. Mega Man 1's soundtrack suffers. Rush Kyle. Just want to see him fight. Really, I just want to compare sizes. As I say, Mega Man's sprite is slightly bigger. Most of the time you're not going to notice it. But when you compare with Breakman, it's really obvious. I also don't like how I have to control this. It's like, so I'm playing this with a Switch controller. A is jump, D is shoot, and Y is bringing up the menu. Yeah, I don't care about the E-Tank. Alright, let's go. Here we go. Like, get a look at the sizes. Oh, hey, little brother. Well, I guess Breakman had the last laugh at the end. But, like, there's various other problems with it, and it's just not great. As a final thing, I want to show that I can actually fucking do Gutsman stage. So heading to the NES. The other way. To be fair, Clem, I was visibly not trying. Like, you saw me not even move. Mega Man. Alright. Is bilinear filtering on? Yes, that goes off. Yeah, it seems fine. Music is already so much better. Like, goddamn. Knew that sneeze was coming. I had to stop. Was not going to do platforming with that. Yeah, alright, let's try that. God, you're playing Mega Man. Those platforms are going so much faster this time. Alright. You play Mega Man, like, you go to 2 or 3 or maybe 6. And it's like, yeah, the controls in those, like, they got the control right with Mega Man 2 onward. You go back to 1, you forget there's, like, Mega Man slides when he stops. Got a little nervous there, I'll admit. Alright, I can do this. I'm gonna do this. Like, Mega Man's physics just work differently in Mega Man 1. And it's the hardest thing about going back to the first game. That and dealing with Fireman on fucking boss rush. That was just bad timing. We're all gonna sit here until I get this done. Alright. Yeah, like, look at the difference in speed between all of them, though. And, like, they were going so much slower on the Mega Drive. Damn it. I can do this. Doesn't matter, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours, it's no excuse. And like, the slower speed messes up the timing of them on the Mega Drive. Yeah! Yeah, the main thing with that is, like, realizing you need to jump slightly before you think you do. Sliding almost took me there. Thank you, Teak. I was holding left eye inside Sam and I did not get in there. And you remember that the corridors to the bosses in Mega Man 1 are still a gauntlet. There we go, a little bit of health. Alright. Let's embarrass myself against Guts, man. I think that went alright. What do you think, Ghost of Family Chance?
I'm not really sure, to be honest.
I think that's how cute to call it. I proved I can do guts, man. That's all I want. Now you got the power to move things and get the magnet beam. Yeah, Mega Man Wily Wars, cool idea. You'd hope it'd be like the Mega Man version of Mario All-Stars, and it's not. But yeah, that's gonna do it for us for today. We've gone for almost 6 hours, which isn't really fair on Chance. I gotta apologise for that. Really shouldn't have ran this long.
Great.
Ugh. Will I ever do a full playthrough of Mega Man 1? Nah, probably not. Not on stream, anyway. I don't really care enough. I've done Mega Man on the Legacy Collection. I've proven to myself that I can still do it. I don't really care to do it again. But yeah, that's going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is the best part of the stream. Who did we have today? Teak, Lim, Mia, Phazon, Lino popped in. It was good to see Lino again. Amanda. Anybody else? Star was here. Jarrett joined us, and Jarrett also gave us the follow. Thank you so much for that. I think that's everybody. Yeah. So thanks so much for joining us, guys. Always really appreciate the support. Chat is the best part of the stream. And of course, super special thank you to Chance for sticking with us for this long. I forgot to put the shout out back on.
It's alright.
I also did the wrong name. There we go. Join Chance in 20 minutes for more Animal Crossing.
I did Animal Crossing this morning. Y'all didn't come, you missed out.
I was lurking for I was lurking for most of it. You ended it with a shout out to me.
I did.
Yeah. It's like, don't try and pull it on me. I was there. But yeah, check Chance out. Chance cool people. Currently streaming Animal Crossing and Scarlet Nexus. Did we find out if Scarlet Nexus is connected to Code Vein?
I haven't found out or not yet, but
No, it wasn't Code Vein. God Eater.
In game. I haven't found out in game, but I have been told it is.
Yeah, not Code Vein. God Eater.
Yeah, but I mean, like, God Eater is connected to Code Vein, so I mean, like.
So I'll be back during the week with more East Origin. Work my way through that. Chance will be back at some point with Scarlet Nexus and Animal Crossing.
I'm hoping to do Scarlet Nexus on Wednesday night. Bonus Animal Crossing stream tomorrow night if work doesn't kill me, because there's a special event in Animal Crossing tomorrow.
Oh, there you go.
If work does kill me, then sorry guys, no bonus stream.
Chance will be doing that without you.
It's more so I'll be dead, so I can't stream.
Are you gonna miss the special event then?
Yeah, somebody will have to resurrect me. I'll come back and haunt a Switch just to play Animal Crossing.
But yeah, I'll be back during the week with more East Origin. Not sure what I'm gonna be doing after that. I did have a thought of something, I've lost it. I don't know what it was. I've forgotten what it was. I feel like it was on Switch though, but I don't remember. So I don't know. Maybe I'll do that Village playthrough since I picked up Resident Evil Village. We'll see. It's all future stuff. Anything you want to say before we go, Chance?
Nothing really aside from my usual whole stay safe, take care of yourselves. Be nice and cool to each other. Yeah.
Be excellent to each
That's my
other.
words for the week.
And
Be excellent
party on,
to each
dudes.
other. There we go. That is my quote for the week.
Mm-hmm. My quote for the week is this feels more tedious than Dark Souls. Yeah, that experience with Dark Souls 2 has really put me off doing Dark Souls 3. I'm there like, you know what? The next Souls-like game I'll do will probably be Nioh, because I just don't want to do another Souls game. But that's way in the future. But yeah, that's pretty much everything. And so with that, thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. We'll catch you next time, guys.
See ya.
Bye.